It's a Tuesday morning. Excuse me. The break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
68 degrees right now. Going to be a balmy 87.
Ooh.
And we're going to be in the 80s for highs until next Tuesday.
Really?
Like literally the next 7 days.
Okay.
We will be in the 80s every single day at some point. Rain tomorrow, rain Thursday, but the weekend is lining up to be beautiful.
Okay.
So hold on, guys. We can get there. Exciting day for kids yesterday here in Western New York.
What happened?
James Cook football camp.
Oh.
So for those who are unfamiliar, James Cook, the running back for the Buffalo Bills, he had his football camp at Bishop Kearney High School yesterday.
All right.
And there were tons of kids lined up, ready to go spend the day with an NFL player and all his buddies that were helping out. And we are like football camp central all of a sudden in Rochester.
We are.
So James Cook yesterday. Yeah. Dawson Knox football camp is around the corner.
I feel like there have been more this summer so far than we've ever had here.
Yeah, it feels like it, right?
Yeah.
Because a couple of weeks ago, Tyreek Hill, Dolphins receiver, had his football camp here.
Okay, I'm going to pass on that one. Don't think I want Tyreek Hill talking to my kids.
What?
Past is the past, baby. You got to move forward. So are these all one and done, like one-day camps where the kids go for like a week or something?
Dawson Knox is a couple of days. I'm not sure about James Cook camp. This may be going on again today. Not entirely sure.
So does Tyreek Hill show up at these things?
He was here, yeah.
Yeah,
oh, okay.
They actually come.
Yeah.
All right, so all the stars are there.
Yeah. The Tyreek Hill one, it was weird because we didn't know why.
Well, I'm sure it was weird. And it's an odd place
we don't
for
get
him
the
to
connection.
happen.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what I was getting to.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. No, let's do your show.
No, go ahead.
Let's do your show. Nobody wants to work around here anymore. Let's do your show.
Can't find a good man under 50.
Tyreek Hill, it's a money-making thing. He has camps in towns across the United States.
Oh, okay.
Like all summer long. And it may be because he owes some child support because he just had his 10th child.
He's got 10 kids?
Yeah, he got 10 kids.
Oh, my God. All right.
Yeah. He lives in a shoe.
Yeah.
But, the other two were just, local camps here. By the way, Dalton Kincaid, his camp, new Buffalo
he's
Bills
got one
tight
too?
end.
Man, he's a little young to be camping already.
Calm down over there, buddy.
No, but usually those guys are like older cats.
What are you talking about? James Cook is going into his third year.
Oh, it seems like he's been around longer.
No.
I mean, if you're a...
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah?
It does.
Are you thinking about
Does it
his
seem like-
brother, maybe?
What's that?
Are you thinking about his brother?
Who's his brother?
So no.
Okay,
he's
never mind.
Sam Cook? I think he died.
Kiffy doesn't know who that is.
You don't know who Sam
Who's Sam
Cook is?
The singer?
Oh, you got lucky.
Yeah, you did because we sing all the time.
That's why, you're right.
Well, we singing in here all the Sam
No,
Cook's hits.
if I was a Buffalo Bills player, even for like a second, like I lasted a season, I'm absolutely running my own kids' camp.
Yeah.
I mean, what kid isn't showing up to insert any name NFL player on that camp? There's going to be kids that sign up.
Can I ask a question?
Sure, yeah.
'Cause you probably did some of this crap.
No,
right?
I never got to go when I was a kid.
Really?
Are you ready for a sad Duffy story? All right, let's ask your question first. I'll get to the sad pet Duffy story.
Did the kids really learn anything, or is it just stargazing? Because I'm thinking like,
I mean, they're still at a camp, still occupying their time.
no, but I'm saying like you're going there to learn how to be like this athlete. I'm guessing you're not getting that much in a day.
Well, I guess it depends on which camp you're going to, because there are things that the kids will pick up,
All
right? But I think most of it is you're there to
Stargazing.
go see. Yeah, but I mean, it's a great opportunity.
It is. God bless him.
Okay, because like Roland Williams used to run his free football camp here in
And he
Rochester.
did it like for years.
Yeah, and it was like a week-long thing. And my buddies that went to that camp said it was like legitimate camp.
Yeah.
Like they would have, because it was a bunch of NFL stars that Roland Williams would bring in, right? And they were doing like live hitting drills with no pads on.
But that kid but Roland Williams had a phenomenal personality.
Yeah, very outgoing.
Like he was a really good salesman, funny,
Sure.
likable.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Sam Cook's nephew.
Yeah. Much like Sam Cook.
No, I never got to go to any of those camps.
So
when I was a
why?
kid. Well, why do you think? Why do you think?
Well, they didn't take layaway.
My,
90 days, same as cash.
my dream when I was a kid, like the one camp that existed when I was young.
That'd be Jim Kelly.
Jim Kelly camp.
Yeah.
Right? And Jim Kelly camp was the dream of every Western New York boy
Oh yeah.
for my age.
Sure.
And I remember Jim Kelly camp was the astronomical price of $175.
And what for that was for how long?
I like a couple of days.
Okay.
And like back then it was only in Buffalo, so I would have had to have gotten a ride back and forth to Buffalo.
This is not lining up for you at all.
And bro, I would beg and beg and beg every year from like age 6.
Because I would think your old man would want to take you
exactly.
So he could like get close to
thing.
Yeah.
If it was free, maybe, but $135. T-shirt. Like, oh God, it broke my. Because like I knew one or two kids that got to go every year, and they would come back with all like the swag and all the stories, right? And everyone would get a picture with Jim Kelly.
I think all these NFL franchises have done such a better job too of just making players like accessible to people. You know what I mean? I just think kids now have so many more opportunities to meet those guys than they used to.
Yeah, okay.
Meet and connect, I guess.
I disagree. Even being, I met a ton of players when I was a kid.
Ooh, sorry.
No. Training camp was in Fredonia back then.
Yeah.
So we would make our annual pilgrimage to Fredonia.
And it wasn't a big deal, really, right?
No.
It was really lackluster as far as like the entertainment around it.
There was no entertainment. It was a snow fence. It was straight up practice.
You just watched them over and play in a field.
Exactly, but like you were able to walk around campus afterwards, and like they would all come over to the snow fence. Like I got to meet all the players that way. Kimmy, back in the early '90s, and I'm sure there's older guys that remember this. They would bring in these Bills players for autograph sessions at like all the party houses around town.
Oh, yeah.
During the season. So like my dad would take me because it was under the guise of like being a good dad.
Yeah.
And like experience. But my dad had this authentic football. That he was trying to get every signature of every Bills Super Bowl player on.
Oh.
So he would take the football and he would use me to not look like a weirdo.
So as bait.
Yes. But what I got out of it, I have this scrapbook from when I was a kid, and it's me with like 30 Super Bowl era Bills. Don Beebe,
cool.
Jim Kelly, James Lofton, Cornelius Bennett. And he would have me take a picture with these guys, and then he would have them sign a piece of paper. So it's a picture of like 4, 5, 6-year-old me, and then the signature from the guy in the scrapbook. And like every picture, I'm like over the moon excited.
Yeah.
It's the greatest thing. Kenneth Davis was tickling me in one of the pictures.
Okay, that's not good.
It was back when you could tickle a young boy and it wasn't suspicious.
Give you a little tickling. That's an NFL big hand tickling.
Steve Christie dedicated his longest ever field goal at the time to me in my scrapbook.
Wow.
You and the other 17 kids in line.
No, I mean, to your point, yeah, like the fond memories I have, like those were the greatest nights of my life.
Yeah, I bet.
Like,
the little boy, yeah.
And these were
Getting
like
tickled by a big old man.
Do you find though that
he was wearing a Crocodile Dundee hat at the time. I'll bring you the picture.
Oh, that a tickling? That's a tickling.
Do you find though that you had that experience? I just think that like players now, like they're held a little bit more accountable for how they are around people.
Well, they're corporations now.
And I guess you never see like a player being a dick on purpose. Yeah, I just feel like back then, like they could be a dick to you, and it was just like your story and nobody else's. But now, like they're so aware of like getting caught on social media, doing or saying something. Like even if they aren't necessarily a nice person, you're gonna think they are.
Fair enough, but here's the thing: like even to that point, and I'm just going based on my own experience. The phone number is 252 WCMF 252-9263 if you want to jump in. The only negative experience I ever had as a child with players, I had two. But one of them I don't blame the guy, was Andre Reed in the parking lot where he kept telling me no over and over again when I was like 4, 5, 6 years old. And then, the game, you remember Rob Johnson?
Oh, yeah.
Former Buffalo Bills quarterback.
Yeah.
So, fun fact, it used to be at the
pretty
end.
Pretty boy.
Yeah, very pretty.
Oh, yeah.
From what I understand.
Bro, I know guys saw him naked. Best body ever seen. Guy was shredded.
Back in the day, after the Bills games were over, you could go stand by the tunnel, and the players would come out, and most of them would sign autographs after everything was done. And then, like, when they would break everything down, and if you were really smart, you could hang out, and some of the star players would wait until everyone was gone. The fence was gone, so you could just be standing there, and then you'd be right there with them. And it was, like, the greatest thing in the world. And my dad, having no problem staying till 8 o'clock at night in this parking lot.
Well, what else he had to do? Nothing going on at home.
So it's one of the most famous games in Bills history. Doug Flutie beat the Jacksonville Jaguars on a last-second bootleg play. Okay. And it was the beginning of Flutie Mania.
All right, so that was the Flutie-Johnson debate.
Yes, and that was the game that cemented Doug Flutie was going to be the starting quarterback for this team forever. And Doug Johnson. Rob Johnson was injured. That's why he lost his job. He lost his job due to injury. After that Flutie game, we're standing around. Rob Johnson walks out by himself. He waited for everybody to leave because they must have just told him, you're not starting anymore.
Right.
And I walk up to him, and I had to be...
the last kid.
How old?
11, 12 maybe.
Yeah.
Right? Pudgy kid. And I go, Mr. Johnson, can I have your autograph? And he's like, not right now.
Not right now.
And he started walking away, and I'm a kid, I don't know. And I go, Mr. Johnson, please. And he goes, I can't, no. And he got his like super sports car and flew.
You don't want this kid.
But it wasn't until years later where I realized the significance of the day and like what I asked that poor guy to do, right? You know what I mean? Like I get
worst
that.
day of his life.
Exactly. Like you signed this massive contract, you finally get to be an NFL starter, you just find out you're not going to, and there's me like, sign it for me.
So when we were at Bill's camp, side note, but so Flutie, like he only ate at drive-thrus. He was just like a regular guy. He was burgers and fries.
Okay.
Like Rob Johnson claimed when we interviewed him at Bill's camp on the old show that he's never even eaten a chicken wing.
Ever.
Really?
Like he's that strict about his diet as a young man coming up. Like he was really effing weird.
I believe it.
What's he up to these days?
He lives in California. He went out. He was at the Bills game they played against the Chargers, maybe? When the last time they went out to Los Angeles, he was at the game, which I found interesting. Like, why would you want to be? Like, nothing about your career in Buffalo was good.
And then where did he end up? He ended up, right? Or something like that?
No. He ended up as the backup at Tampa Bay, and he won a Super Bowl.
Oh, all right. So he's got a ring.
Backup.
Hey, still a ring, bro.
Look, I always felt bad for Rob Johnson.
I don't. The guy was handsome as hell. He's a quarterback. I feel terrible for you, dude.
He got the shiznit kicked out of him. Like, he was just brutally beaten in this town.
Yeah.
No, like both physically and mentally.
And now he's sitting in Malibu in a hot tub, a millionaire.
If he knows where he is right now. I mean, he could be one of those guys. Like,
you think he's that rattled?
Oh yeah. If you watch games back in the day, I have memories burnt into my brain.
Did they beat him up that bad?
Oh God, like he like him getting just ragdolled to the turf and his head bouncing off the ground. That's why he missed all that time.
Oh. Yeah, he couldn't catch a little food. He's like a little chicken. You gotta get that chicken.
No, but I mean, to wrap all this up, you're right, Kimmy. Like the legitimate access the kids have now between the training camps, between the camps that they have, between the appearances that these players will make at different businesses all the time, right? You're right. It is
they
great.
Put them out there a lot more, I feel like.
And, I mean, even if you don't get to meet them in person, as a kid, you can interact with them on social media. A lot of these younger guys will go back and forth with fans and talk and have direct message conversations. So you're right. It is a really good time to be a young sports fan right now. You feel like you're like amongst the action.
Look at that.
All right.
You can't be that little pudgy kid begging for an autograph.
Please. We got a Dynamite. Watch out for your pudgy kid and some tickling kind of breaking for you this morning here on CMF. It's Tuesday. You know what that means.
Oh, yeah, that new hot segment.
What's
where they tickling in the hood.
Kimmy's got a post. She's going to read from the neighborhood apps that you guys have been sending her. She's removed street names. She's removed town references. She's going to read it out loud. You, me, everyone that can hear us. We're going to listen.
Man, who ended up being the walkaway champion for Holiday?
Oh, I don't remember. It was so long ago.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Yeah. You mean the guy who's like, oh, I don't even trust my pick. It sucks.
He was surprised by his own win.
Where are they whited? Coming up at 9 o'clock, set your phone alarm or stay with us. I mean, what are you going to do? Get tickled by Kenneth Davis all morning? Plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
What's up?
There is a big-time title about to be bestowed upon one young woman in a town just west of us.
Oh.
And it's a tiny, tiny town.
And she getting a title.
Yes. And there's something about these tiny towns that still have these traditional, I guess you would call it a pageant, but it's not really a pageant.
Kind of charming, old school, right?
But that's just it. It's so old school that you wouldn't think any teenager would want this name bestowed upon them. Did you see this story, Kimmy?
I did not, but I kind of have an idea of where you're going with it.
We're going to tell you what one young woman is going to be walking away with in Elba.
Elba.
Wait till you hear what the name of this title is. Next to the break room. On 96.5 WCMF. It seems tradition matters more in small towns.
Oh, sure.
Is that a fair statement?
You're trying to hold on to something.
And that might be the case here because, when you and me and Kimmy and people not from small towns, this specific small town hear this, it's almost comical.
Yeah.
But there are 6 young women that are fighting for the opportunity to be named this coming up soon.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45 this morning. The older you get, ideally, the more your line for craziness changes when you go out.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm
Sure,
saying?
yeah.
Right? Where you used to in your 20s be willing to do X, Y, Z. Now, maybe you have a couple of drinks, you go home.
Yeah, your taste change.
And it's also important that the line for craziness you have matches the line for craziness with the guys or gals you go out with.
Yeah.
And that all leads us to what one man is accused of doing out in Wayne County. And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Coming up on July 18th,
Okay.
Elba, New York. You familiar with Elba?
I think so.
Just outside of Batavia. Very
Okay.
small town.
I think we've done comedy there.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. They were a bigger town. We did comedy there. Half the town left. Yeah. On July 18th, Elba will once again name their annual Onion Queen.
Onion Queen.
Yes.
Is Elba known for onions?
I don't know.
I hope so. I hope they're not calling her that for another reason. So wait. So I thought we were done with all this. I thought women weren't tolerating this crap anymore.
Okay, so here's the thing. This doesn't seem like a beauty pageant. It seems more like a all-around, well-rounded young woman kind of thing.
Okay.
For example, the Batavia Daily News has the 6 finalists for the Onion Queen, which, by the way, will take place, the unveiling will take place during the Elba Betterment Committee's concert in the park with a band performance.
So she'll get the sash and the crown
I've given you
and
all,
a bag of onions, obviously, that she has to carry around.
I've given you all the Onion Queen information I
Here
have.
she comes, Miss Onion.
252 WCMF. If you are from Elba, if you live in Elba, can you tell us why you guys have an Onion Queen?
So that means there's former Onion Queens walking
yeah.
around Alba, dating all the way back.
Yeah,
I'm sure it's a long time tradition.
You would think so.
Lady Onions.
And it seems like these 6 young ladies, they're all in high school. It looks like most of them are high school seniors. I will read you one of the bios for one of the young ladies that is hoping to be the Onion Queen. It says her family is from Elba for many generations. She lives on the family's dairy farm. She participates in many activities in and out of school, including 4-H, FFA, New York Junior Holstein Association, Cornell Junior Dairy Leaders, National Honor Society, volleyball, indoor and outdoor track, yearbook club. After high school, she plans to attend agriculture school with a focus on agriculture science and a concentration in horticulture.
All
So
right,
she is
overachiever.
deep farm girl.
Well, yeah, she lives in Elba.
yeah.
She probably lives on a
But
family
that's
farm.
solid farming right there.
Yeah, I mean, that looks like most of these girls.
They're all farm girls.
I mean, you live in Elba. Odds
Yeah.
are that your family is involved in agriculture in
Yeah.
some way, right? So again, to the point earlier, I don't think this is who the hottest high school girl in Elba
who
is.
the most,
Not that these girls wouldn't be. Okay, I can't say.
But there
it.
isn't a Mr. Onion, so it is
Mr.
very
Onion.
right. So
Well, no, there could be an Onion King. There
Yeah.
are towns that do the king and the queen.
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
I mean, it sounds like you actually. It's a tough thing to win.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at all of these girls.
They don't give them
resumes.
onions away.
I wonder, because I know a lot of small towns have similar things. Does that look good on a college resume, especially if you're going into agriculture? I wonder if that's is something that a lot of people strive to put on there.
It's a good question. I mean, I don't know. Does Cornell care that you were named the Onion
Well, aren't
Queen?
they they're a big agricultural studies school,
I
right?
understand,
But
it's
does that
not
give you a boost,
It
bump in
might.
the numbers?
I mean, this girl she's a member of the National Honor
I mean,
Society.
all those other
She
things
is
I would think would count for more.
Trump
But
Onion Queen.
so what do you get? Do you get a scholarship or anything?
It doesn't say, Kimmy, can we Google Elba Onion Queen and
Because
see
usually
what
they
comes
throw you a little scholarship or some crap.
Well, yeah, but they're also doing they're announcing it during a cover band at a town festival, right? I'm not trying to belittle this thing. I just find it interesting. If I went to any girl in the greater Rochester area and said, "Do you want to be the Onion Queen?" they would laugh in my face.
You might get punched.
Maybe even be insulted by this. But it seems, based on the traditions of Elba, that this is something that these girls want to be.
They embrace the onion,
and it's great. I'm not trying to make fun of Onion Queen. I just find it strange that teenage girls would still embrace the idea.
I'm surprised it's even a thing. I just think because it's kind of sexist, and I thought women weren't taking that crap no more.
No, but again, I mean, these are women that are accomplishing things.
I understand, but like that, I just thought women were done with this stuff, like parading us around and giving us crowns.
I guess like pageants. I get what you're saying. I think this is a little different.
Can we time out? You know what he's doing here?
Yeah, I know.
He's trying to score easy pandering points.
No, what?
Non-controversial discussion.
No, but I thought like beauty pageants and all that stuff.
It's not a beauty pageant. How many times do I have to say
That's
it's not
what
a beauty pageant?
I know what you're saying, but you're making an argument for why people may view traditional pageants
You're judging
that
women.
way. But this is a little different because it sounds like they're being judged really more on their achievements and contributions than they are, what they're wearing.
Aren't we all being judged every day by everybody? Thomas,
we are.
Aren't we?
We should judge less.
And by the way, there still are beauty pageants. Those still exist.
I know, but I thought they were kind of like going away, like it was like old school.
No, they're just getting pushed down to the south. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about the Elba Onion Queen. Elba, the tiny town outside of Batavia. The Onion Queen will be crowned July 18th, and this seems like an annual tradition in the town of Elba where these young women compete to be the Onion Queen, not based on beauty. Again, I can't say it without sounding like a jerk. It's not a traditional beauty pageant.
Yes.
It is a well-rounded, it seems, young woman who is bestowed the title of Onion Queen.
So there's no like talent portion.
Not as far as I know.
Juggle the onion. By the way, could they pick a nastier thing?
Well, that's what your town's known for.
They got to grow something else that's a little bit more pleasant to be attached to.
I didn't know that Elba, New York was known as the onion capital of the world.
Wait, of the world?
I don't
Ain't
know.
no onion capital of the world. I thought it was like Texas or something.
Texas onion. Everyone knew Texas onions, mother. Wait, I didn't know we grew onions around
I didn't either.
I don't know either.
I'm not saying that if they get a prize, they don't list it. It just says a crown in the honor of representing Elba, New York.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. So does that mean then
Town pride?
So I wonder how many former Onion Queens still live in the town of Elba.
Probably all of them that haven't croaked.
Well, no, there are people that grow up and leave
But
town.
if they're taking over like a generational family farm, I would assume that they
still
probably stay there, right?
You think they have like Onion Queen reunions?
Why not?
I don't know.
I bet you the other onioners show up for this thing, right? So all them old onion bags show up.
Man, you were so progressive for like 5 minutes.
No, I mean, there could be some like 90-year-old that did it like, in the 30s when we were like starving to death.
You know what's funny is we're making the assumption this has existed for 100 years. This could have been started like 5 years ago.
Bro, this thing sounds like it's like 150. It's like post-Civil War entertainment. Let's line the gals up and call one of them a Miss Onion.
What other towns have stuff like this? 252 WCMF, because I know they exist. I know there are other small towns in the greater Rochester area that have the Mr. and Mrs. crowns. And again, it's more well-rounded than it is beauty pageants, but it's always something silly. Yeah. It's always something like Onion Queen.
Well, it's tied to the community, and it's usually done like around the carnival times, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. All right, we're going to get all the onion information we need. We got Mike. He's from Elba. Hey, Mike, you're on CMF. What's up, buddy?
Good morning, guys. How are you today?
Good. Okay, first of all, did you ever have the opportunity to date any Onion Queens in your days in Elba?
My wife is a runner-up. My sister-in-law is a winner. my sister won back in '71. So yeah, I've got a little insight.
You're really connected.
That's 3 broads he knows.
Well, here's the thing. He ended up with the Onion Queen runner-up. His sister-in-law was a champion. What happened there, Mike?
I married the nicer one.
All right. So what is the Onion Queen? Explain it to us.
So the Onion Queen was part of the tradition for the Onion Festival, which used to be the Fireman's Carnival. COVID pretty much killed that off, and so they've continued the tradition of having an Onion Queen. Elba is known as the onion capital of the world. There are a lot of onions grown in Elba, so they've continued this. You get a scholarship. Everybody gets a scholarship from it.
Oh, nice.
So that's why they all enter.
So how long is it? How far does it date back?
God, I'm sorry, I don't know. Maybe.
Thanks for nothing, Dick. Oh, I know 3 Onion Queens. Oh, no, when it started.
Well, at least 71.
No, like the 50s, I think, is when it started.
Okay.
So.
All right. Well, first of all, next time you eat an onion, make sure it's a good Elba onion.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right.
All right. And so, Mike, these young women, I mean, this isn't like an embarrassing thing. This is something that they want to be a part of.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. I mean, they the girls all sign up for, and it's because there's it's a small community. I mean, we graduate anywhere from 25 to 40 kids in a class, and they're proud of their small community. And like I said, it's you've accomplished a lot, and you have an opportunity to get a nice scholarship to put towards your college.
Good for them. Oh, by the way, Mike, real quick, how do they vote for the Onion Queen? Is it like a town vote, or do they have like a board of onion aficionados?
I think there's a committee. I think it's 4 people. I was on that for a little while.
Wait, you were voting for the Onion Queen, Mike?
So do they make them do anything when they're on stage?
What's that? I'm sorry.
Is there like talent or anything?
No, they don't dance. They don't dance or anything. Basically, they go up and speak a little bit about themselves and get introduced and walk down with their dads or their moms, and it's a cute little event.
Sounds exciting.
Yeah, all the families come and the community comes.
It does sound. I like this. I like
You'd hate every minute.
It's
boring
fun.
as
Come
hell.
on, it's quaint.
It's part of a small town. I mean, that's we hold a lot of pride in being a small town. So.
I like it, Mike. Thank you for all the onion information, buddy. We really appreciate it.
Not a problem. I hope you guys enjoy your day.
Well, thank you. See, look at that. That's a small. Try that in a small town.
I know.
Do it.
So you were asking about
Be
other
successful.
small town festivals. Somebody did call and say they weren't sure if they still do it, but they know that Williamson used to do an apple blossom queen.
Oh.
Because they have an apple blossom festival.
Okay.
That sounds a little bit more pleasant. Like you're the apple queen.
Yeah.
Like if you the apple queen ran into the onion
either
queen,
way.
It's the same. Apples
Yeah.
are onions are apples of the ground, really. Right? I mean, no, I liked it. I wish Henrietta did something like this.
What busted ass Henrietta gonna
Henrietta
do?
be?
The Jeff Queen?
The Jeff Queen.
You already got a Dairy Queen.
Should we start something like this for the greater Rochester area?
What do we
What
call
would it be?
Photo
The Flower
Queen?
City Queen?
No, it's got to be like something we're known for. Plate King and Queen. Done.
That's what every girl's dream is to be crowned a big sloppy plate
Trash
of meat.
plate.
How is that different than an onion queen?
No, I'm not crazy about the onion.
Okay. Let's take a break.
It's not a very feminine food.
If you want to be there in person to see who is crowned the Onion Queen of Elba this year, again, it will be July 18th at the, well, let me get this right. You ready?
Some pavilion or something.
Elba Betterment Committee's concert in the park, and it's headlined by It's My Party.
Oh, I think we've worked with those people.
Yeah, who haven't you worked with? Wasn't that the band they would have to bring up after you got booed off stage?
Probably. No, that was Earth, Wind, and Fire. And they ain't going to Elba.
Let's take a break. This man, he's being charged with something, but if you read the story, it seems they're only charging him with this because they couldn't get him on the other stuff if the accusations are true.
All right.
And this story may boil down to where your party line lies, because it seems this guy's line is way further than anybody else's. And we'll get into the story next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. We've all had those nights where we ask, how did I get here?
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes it's because you can't remember. Sometimes it's because things got crazy. You can't believe how things are ending.
Yeah.
And you'd like to hope that maybe this was one of those nights with this man.
So maybe the night just kind of got away from him.
Mm-hmm. Well, with the lack of information we have about how he ended up and the fact that police couldn't find him that night, it's hard to wrap your head around how someone could let something get this insane.
Wait, the cops could not find him?
Well, this is where it gets complicated.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock this morning, for folks that are buying a new home, the struggle right now to find a place to live is so tough. You want to ensure that when you move into that place, it's going to be perfect for you for as long as you need to be there.
And you want some guarantee.
Yeah, well, that's just it. People are taking steps further than they need to. Something that you found out from... This is way more common than you think.
I couldn't stop laughing, man.
I'm going to bet more people than not are doing stuff like this.
Okay.
Moving into homes. Kimmy, would you agree?
When you told me that story yesterday, I could name like 3 people off the top of my head that did something along those lines. Yeah.
We'll tell you what this person did moving into their new home just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from Wayne County.
What happened in Wild and Wayne County?
Well, it happened all the way back in May, but we're just hearing about it for the first time this week. Police say they were called to an intersection for reports of shots fired.
God damn.
When they arrived, authorities say they found a truck which was running. They say the windows of the truck were open. And inside the car, they found a bottle of liquor, which was also open, and 2 guns with one of them loaded.
Jesus Christ, man.
So
this sounds like the worst country album cover of all time.
So to recap, just to make sure we're all on the same page, shots fired, cops get to this intersection, truck is running, windows are open, 2 guns, one of them loaded, and an open bottle of liquor in the seat. What they did not find, however, when they got there, was a person.
All right.
Police say there was no one in plain sight, and nothing in the story suggests that they found anyone that evening in May who could have fired the shot. This week, however, there was an arrest made.
Okay.
The man arrested, whose age was unknown, was charged with improper storage of firearms. It's not known, at least according to the story, if he was operating the vehicle, if he fired the shot that somebody heard, if he had anything to do with the incident. But it's also possible the charges believe maybe he was part of all this, but they can only pin him on improper storage of firearms.
Okay.
Because his registered guns, potentially if the accusations are true, were on the front seat of this running, unlocked, open-windowed car next to a bottle of booze.
Damn.
Okay. Here's what I'm dying to know.
What's up?
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If he was with the car that night, how does a man end up abandoning a car while it's running, with the windows open, containing 2 guns and an open bottle of liquor?
So what went down?
You would assume, Tommy, you don't start your night thinking it's how that's going to end.
But those things were all in your car.
Mm-hmm.
I can understand, like, the night getting away from you, but you brought provisions.
Okay, all right.
You know what I mean? Like, you made sure somebody put 2 guns and a bottle of liquor in that car, and you said it was open.
Yeah.
All right.
By the way, somebody put 2 guns and a bottle of liquor in that car is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song. No, I mean, like, people carry their guns in their car at all times. That's not out of the question.
Okay. All right.
I mean, look, we see that
Yeah,
story.
those are country guns.
But we see that story happen all the time where somebody gets their firearm stolen because they store it exclusively in their car, right?
But you split from the vehicle and you didn't even turn it off.
If the allegation is true. And by the way, the reason the cops were called there in the first place was there was a shot fired.
Forgot about that.
But as far as we know,
it didn't hit nothing.
Yeah, no one was injured or anyone else or anything else was affected by it.
Is that a popular? Did they say what intersection?
I don't know.
So I guess like one of them country intersections where there's like nothing around.
Well, the fact that they weren't able to find him and nobody was able to locate him,
but then
whoever this person was,
right?
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
So let's say you found out that a buddy of yours was in the news for this. Would that keep you from hanging out with him for the rest of his life?
No.
No?
No.
You found out they got drunk. Left their car window
down
while it was running, 2 guns and a bottle of liquor.
I think if you had a buddy like this, it wouldn't be surprising to you.
Yeah, but I mean, growing up in the South, can't be too judgy.
But now?
But like, now maybe a little different, but I done some of that stuff, no weapons involved, so I can't judge anybody for a lot of what that cat did.
Okay.
I never abandoned my vehicle.
Wow, thank you, Captain.
So give me that feather. And I never brought loaded weapons into a car. No, but I have made very bad decisions with alcohol.
Okay.
I just was lucky I didn't hurt anybody.
Sure. Here's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. You can make the argument that everyone has a limit to their night.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is a line you will never cross when it comes to how crazy you are willing to get. And that line is different for every individual. The best of friends normally have similar lines. Like if you have a spouse and kids, and you have a buddy who has a history of trying to pick fights at dive bars, you're not going to go out with that guy anymore because your night out lines don't align anymore. If you're a happily married woman who has a friend that has a tendency to pick up dudes at the end of the night and wants to go home with them, Kimmy, you're not going to want to go out with that woman because your lines don't align anymore, right? And folks can change over time. Like, I understand you saying I don't want to judge anybody because of the things in your past.
Right.
But I also think it's fair to say you have matured past the point of a loaded gun.
But how do you say that to a guy? I think most people keep that friendship out of just being a coward, right?
But I don't
like, I think of how hard it would be to end a longtime friendship with somebody. Even though it's what's best for you, I still don't know if I would have the. I don't know if I could just come out and say it to the person.
I think I wouldn't be a drinking buddy of mine.
Okay. So
based on
you
what's
may
in his
pull away
car.
slowly.
Yeah, I mean, but I had one guy. He was like the greatest drinking buddy of all time, and like, we ran together for a while when we were just starting out doing stand-up. And we, to your point, we were very similar in our attitudes towards doing dumb things with alcohol. So to your point, yes, but like if all of a sudden I got into his car and there was a rifle and a pistol, and he thought it'd be funny to shoot it out the window. To your point, yeah, I wouldn't get in the car with that guy.
Okay, and
I would be done with that dude as far as that's concerned. I may still be friends with him, but at a distance. I'll meet you at the bar.
No, I didn't want to go to the bar with that guy anymore. And you ask Kimmy, how do you do it? I don't think there's ever a conversation of I can't hang out with you anymore. I just think you kind of start pulling away from that person because I can admit.
You don't think you'll ever have to explain to them though that you're just, hey, I can no longer hang out with you. You don't think they're gonna have questions?
Right,
well, yeah, but like I don't want to hang with a hothead.
But you have.
I have, but not for long.
Okay.
Like as soon as you find out and you see it, like you're just done with that dude. Like whatever sets them off to the point like. What are you getting so worked up about?
I mean, that's one thing. I mean, the guys that can just get wild and not even in a mean way, just in a what the hell are you doing?
Or the guys that, and it's not even really their fault in a way, that alcohol just hits them and a switch happens. It's like you just threw the light switch and here comes Crazy Town. And it's like a completely different dude. And you don't know what you're going to get.
I mean, Kimmy, going back to the question you asked, like, how do you have that conversation? Just like I could personally, there were 3 guys in my life who I was really close with, where our lines just kind of separated, where they're still getting wild and I can't do it.
You went in different directions.
But I never formally had the conversation of I'm not going to be there anymore. And I don't know if
you just kind of pull away.
Exactly, right?
I mean, that's why I started drinking with like a 15-year-old fat kid. Because I knew I could control the situation. I controlled the booze purse strings.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about the story out in Wayne County. Back in May, police were called after shots were fired at an intersection. When they got there, they did not find anybody, but they did find a running truck, the windows open, 2 guns on the front seat, 1 loaded, and a open bottle of liquor. A man was arrested just this week for charges of improperly storing firearms. It kind of seems like maybe, it sounds like the guns were his, but there was no one else around the truck.
And then you split. Somebody split.
Yeah.
That would make such a great ZZ Top album cover.
Just
the inside of that truck.
It's also possible people can just have bad nights.
Oh, sure.
Right?
But
folks who wouldn't normally dream of doing something crazy like this, like it gets out of hand once, maybe twice.
All right, but you got a roadie, 2 rifles.
I mean, should you assume that everyone that has a crazy night like this just allowed it to get out of hand that one time? Or are you of the belief that if someone has it in them to do this, they're going to do it eventually again?
I'm thinking this isn't the first time he's set out, whoever this is, man or woman, this isn't their first rodeo.
And you believe they'll do it again?
Yeah, I mean, this time they got found, but I just think
You
that
don't think
person
they-
has that in them.
Oh. You don't think like they could be scared out of not doing it again?
No,
No, I don't. No.
ain't scared in the country.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Dan. Dan says, is it weird to have an open bottle of liquor and 2 guns in the truck?
Is it weird?
I feel like that is happening more than it's not happening, especially in a place like Wayne County. Thoughts?
Well, I mean, listen, man, my generation, we rode around with roadies, but I thought that was like the stupidest thing now you could do.
Yes.
And that's not even a roadie. It's not even like a beer. It's an open bottle. You can't even conceal it in a, you know what I mean? Like,
right.
If
That's
you get a
about
big
as
enough bag,
arrogant.
you can conceal it.
But they didn't say that, right?
One of the big ass 5-cent grocery bags from Wegmans.
Those little wino bags they used to sell.
Well, okay. Can I ask a question about the open container law? If I have an open bottle of liquor, like unsealed, but the top is
Like you're bringing it somewhere.
yeah, because I mean, I've like in my more busted of days, I have brought 3/4 full bottles of liquor places.
Oh, yeah, I think
for
we all
parties
have.
that
Yeah.
I wasn't drinking. Is that against the law?
I'm guessing technically if you get pulled
Yeah.
over, they want to be a
Okay.
dick, they can.
How many times have we had the discussion? If I ask you a question, you can say I don't
Well,
know.
it is
you don't
technically
have
an
to,
open container.
but
Right.
the top is on it, so it's closed.
No, it's
right,
not.
but it's been the
It's
seal
been
is broken.
open. I'm thinking like, let's say I get pulled over for speeding, and the cop sees that bottle. I'm guessing that bottle's an issue.
Okay, again,
he's not going to
guessing.
go, "What is that open, Jack? Where are you going?"
Can you Google it to define open container in the state of New York?
So, do you remember when they did pass a law though? Like, if you were out at a restaurant here in New York State and you didn't finish your wine, you could cork it and take it home
Yeah.
without being an open container.
that is
That
an
was,
open.
but it was
But that was a bottle of wine, not spirits. And I'm guessing, is it different if it's a open bottle of whiskey? I think is a little bit more dangerous.
3 guesses. 3 times you said I'm guessing, and you're but
And
you're
I'm guessing
talking
I'm
like
right,
you
so let's
know.
go for
So
the fourth.
Four guesses.
I'm the Gretzky of guessing.
No, because Gretzky was right sometimes.
okay. An open container is defined as any alcoholic beverage that has been opened, had its seal removed, or had some content removed.
Can I get a ding?
This
Can I get a ding?
you can have
Don't
a
give
ding.
him a ding.
Can I get a ding?
No, no. See, here's what you're doing. It's like feeding a dog. You give him 1 ding, you're gonna have to give him dings now every time he's right. So we're gonna have like 2 dings a week.
This includes bottles, cups, cans, flasks, and any other container that
All right.
holds alcohol.
All right.
But I am right about that wine deal, right?
Yeah,
'Cause
no,
it was
you-
like
yeah,
during
they would-
COVID or something.
They would let you take the wine bottles
Yeah.
home. Yeah. Okay. Well, okay. So here's your lesson of the day.
That's it.
Don't leave 2 guns and an open bottle of liquor on a running truck seat with the windows open, or else the cops are going to arrest you for something.
At an intersection.
I don't know why this is so weird to you, what you described to us yesterday.
Come on, man.
I'm telling you, I think more people do this than don't do this now.
It's embarrassing to post it.
Oh, you think
Oh,
that
you have a problem with people sharing it.
The fact that you did it and the fact that you put it out there.
it's not just Kimmy, when Tommy says it's embarrassing that you posted it, he
Yeah.
really means it's embarrassing that you would even do this and think it
Absolutely, absolutely. Like you would think like this is cool.
So you think these people are like stupid?
No, I don't think they're stupid. I think they're
Stupid.
not stupid. What if you believe in something and I don't? What's that? What do I think of you?
It means you're gonna burn in hell. That's what it means.
Okay, so I think
Naive.
Yes, that's like higher level of stupid, right? If you're naive, that's like valedictorian of stupid.
If you just bought a home within the last couple of years, get ready to be offended by Tommy's take. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. A new home is a new start.
It's a really phenomenal thing.
It's a journey that you will have maybe
Yeah.
next 10, 20, 30, 40 years.
Oh, sure.
And you want to make sure, Tommy, you start this journey the best way possible.
You want it right, Pat. You want it buttoned up.
Tommy has a friend who decided to do something to ensure they were getting the best start they could as they moved into their new place. And it's funny, Tommy, that you were so taken aback by this.
Yeah. Why?
Kimmy,
I don't believe in this stuff.
I understand, but Kimmy, this feels like one of the more common things now to do.
I think so, and I don't think it's just now that people do this, right?
Oh.
You don't think this was also a thing in the past?
Yeah, like ancient past, because they actually believed this worked.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just after 7:30, call the police or try and find mom.
Oh.
We'll explain everything just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. So, Tommy, good friend of yours just bought a home.
Yes, yeah. First time ever, and they're kind of late in life buying a home together.
You didn't have to put
I
that
know.
part in there, you dick.
No, but they're both in their 60s. They never owned a home before.
Okay, why did you have to include that in the
So,
story?
I mean, that's how I mean, I'm trying to
That's
create.
a big deal. It's a big deal.
It's such a, like,
I'm trying to create a painting of what I think about these people.
think of the struggle it is to get a house, and they were never in that financial way, and they finally, at 60, they got there.
All right, great. You're right. I'm sorry.
I mean, the
You're right.
emotion of this is like amazing.
No,
I'm
you're,
like,
you're right.
I've never ran into somebody that at 60 years old that's buying their first house.
Okay,
as
good
a couple.
point, good point.
Neither of them have ever owned a home before.
Good point.
I mean, they're almost homeless. Like they're beyond busted.
So they had posted on Facebook them moving into the house.
Yeah, so they're showing like painting and doing all the grunt work you're doing.
Yeah.
Sure.
And then they show that one of the things they did was they had a woman come over and a friend of theirs, do something really nice for them.
What did she do?
She came over, didn't bring a gift really.
Oh,
Well, I
yeah.
guess you would call it a gift.
Okay.
She came over and blessed the house.
Okay.
Okay.
So there's a picture of the three of them standing in like this empty like living room because they're just moving in, and they're like holding hands, and she's blessing the house. And she posted this, the woman I know, that what a great thing for this woman to come over and do.
Sure, yeah.
And now we're covered.
I'm confused as to why this is weird to you.
Because it's not a thing.
No, it's very much a thing.
She didn't bring flowers. She didn't bring you dinner. She brought you nothing.
She brought her blessing.
But so I looked at this woman's profile.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, is this like a business that does this?
What
or is
qualifies you for blessings?
What's that? Tom?
So I didn't see like any affiliation with a church,
Okay.
or even like weird ass church.
spiritual
Or
guide?
she's not even like affiliated with like low church. So she's just this mom who's raising these kids. They look like middle class, nice people, and like
Dig and then a compliment.
Well, look, it's the two compliments and an insult
Yeah.
theory.
yeah. She just looks like a 60-year-old woman that's
Comes over and says a prayer and charges you for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't even know if they charge. I don't know.
I would imagine.
But, like,
unless
they
you're doing it for a friend.
But they posted like, "Hey man, our house is blessed."
Okay. This is a very common thing.
Okay.
A very, very common thing. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I don't get what the problem is that you have.
Because I didn't think this woman would fall for this crap.
Oh, you think less of this woman?
I'm surprised. Now, I don't know if she's just doing it to be nice and
Okay.
posting it like she might have thought this chick's a pain in the ass, but I got to play nice and put it out there for her to help her out.
But
I don't know.
Okay, but let's say she didn't. Let's say that she wanted this home blessed because she's moving into it and she wants to get off on the best start possible. What would you think of that woman?
A little less.
A little less?
I'm disappointed.
Stupid, naive?
Nah, I'm disappointed.
Ignorant? Okay, you're disappointed.
What's high? What's a high form of stupid?
I guess naive would
High
be ignorant.
form
Oh,
of
well,
stupid.
ignorant
That's
is
French.
not knowing
Isn't
anybody.
naive French?
Probably.
Isn't that French for stupid?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, they stupid.
They naive. Eh?
So you would think less of someone who had their home blessed like that.
I didn't think she fell for this stuff, man. I thought she was hipper than that.
My wife did this when we moved into our house.
Ooh, how does
Well,
that
I can
feel?
understand that.
His
because-
doctor, highly educated.
But she's old school. She's from the old country.
No, she's not. She was born in America.
But like very connected with her island roots.
Yeah.
And I think she would do it out of respect to her parents.
Out of tradition, you're saying.
So I was saying I could understand your wife doing
Oh, yeah, hold on. Just one second. Let me tell you.
I put everything I said.
Honey, Tommy says
That's
you're
not what I said.
naive and ignorant and stupid in French.
That's not what I said.
Look,
did she do it? Like,
yeah,
I don't
know why we did it. We're not particularly religious, but this was not a conversation I was going to have with my wife when she wanted to do it.
I mean,
I think it might make some people feel like this home is now officially mine in a way.
That's what the bank will tell you.
I understand, but like, especially if you're buying a home that's, that you didn't build,
Right.
I don't know how many other people have lived there. Now, it kind of makes it feel like more official or something for some people.
So I do know, because I've been,
Oh, here we go. Well,
Yeah.
now that we're having
No, it's stupid as crap.
conversation-
But there are Italians that believe there is certain Catholic figurines you can put in your front yard,
Yep.
bury them
Okay.
when you want to sell your house,
Yep.
and your house will sell quickly.
Okay.
And I've seen people do this, which I also think is that just sounds stupid to me.
You didn't do it when you sold your house in Webster?
No.
You had a lot of room, all those empty rooms even before
Yeah,
you
it
started
didn't
moving
work.
around. Phone number is
I got rid of the Sicilian wife instead.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What did you do to make sure your house had all the bad out before you moved in? Because, Tommy, it's not just the blessing of the house. I know there is a Jewish equivalent to this, too. I think it involves salt and bread.
Well, at least you get a meal out of it.
No, I don't think you eat the salt and the bread.
What do you do with it?
There's also a new age, holistic thing.
Like crystal people.
Yeah,
They'll come over and place things around the house.
Well, Kimmy, you had a friend that saged their house?
That's not a new thing.
That's after Kimmy left.
That's a really old school thing. He's killing himself.
He's killing himself.
What? Get into the microphone.
I'm sorry. You don't smell. You're a nice girl.
No, I thought sage was newer. Sage is old?
No, this is like an old thing to get spirits out of your house.
Okay, that's insane,
So that is
man.
why I know. Okay, so I know multiple people that have done this, but the one example I'm thinking of, it was actually the husband's idea because it was a house that they were kind of flipping. It was a really old house, and so he would be in there late working at it by himself, and he would get creeped out by things.
Okay.
So they decided to sage the house, thinking there were some weird ghosts floating around.
So
in there.
burn a little incense, something like that.
Well,
I don't know. You bring
incense,
somebody
right?
in to do it.
Right, yeah.
What do you,
I
don't
mean, I
know
guess
if
you
it's
could do it
sages.
yourself.
You'll light a candle. I don't know.
But I know a lot of people that have bought old homes, especially, that do that just to make themselves feel better about potential bad spirits.
So what do you think? So let's say you get your house, like this woman I know got her house blessed.
Yeah.
What are you protecting yourself? What
I don't know.
kind of guarantee
It's kind of
you
one of
looking
those things.
for here?
It's why not cover my
Yeah.
bases
Right.
just in case?
I mean, look, I'm with you.
Because if you own a house like if you always said,
Yeah.
it's just a continuous headache.
Yeah.
So it's not going to stop any of that.
How do you know? You
your
never did
AC is going to go.
You've never done. Well, yeah, I don't think.
So what's the
I
blessing?
don't think Jesus Christ controls the air conditioning. Well, I guess he does. He's all powerful.
Oh yeah.
At least according
He
to
created my AC in his image.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Look, I don't know what the answer to that question is.
It just sounds like voodoo crap.
Well, it is. I mean, that is also a religious thing. So yes, it's kind of in that way. I don't know. I mean, if you believe in this stuff,
It could be. It's a
Peace of
religious
mind.
thing. It's a
no,
superstition. I know a lot of people that'll do stuff for good luck purposes.
All right.
I love you. You can't straddle this, you dick. You already started again. If you're just joining us, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy, a friend of his, bought their first house at age 60.
Yeah.
Amazing accomplishment.
Yeah.
Good for them. And they had a friend of theirs bless the house, officially come over and
And
bless the house.
posted it. They're all standing there, kumbaya.
And Tommy's howling, laughing, thinks less of this woman now, thinks she's ignorant and naive, and now you're trying to be, oh, yeah, good luck, yeah.
I don't get this stuff.
I bet you $1 million that if you and your wife were to buy a new home, she would have some tradition that you have no idea about to do with the house.
How do you know she didn't do that to the house you're currently living in?
God,
I don't.
hope she did.
I don't.
hope she
I know.
did, and she's listening.
What if there's something buried in your yard that you're unaware of?
Well, 2 dogs for sure.
I mean, look, I think Kimmy's right. It's a quick way to make your home feel like your home.
All right, but
'Cause-
it's just the sense that you put all this money into it and your asses are in it. It's yours. Isn't that enough?
No, but I think when you move into a new place, especially one that like you didn't build, which is most people,
Yeah.
right? Like it still feels like someone else's house. For a
there's
little
history
while.
in that house.
If you do something the first day, it's like almost like it's like dropping a starter's flag at a NASCAR race.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Because all that other stuff, you're right, says this is my home, the paperwork, the bank account, all that says this is my home. But I think like once you're in it and you're there, it's kind of like crossing the finish line.
Yeah.
Could you sit? Well, wait. So when that person came over and blessed your house, did you have to sit there and watch it?
No, they just came in and did their thing.
Because I couldn't sit and watch it, man. I would be bursting at the seams watching this BS.
Why is that?
You wouldn't find this funny.
I can understand.
This is like ancient stuff.
So what?
Like dancing around a bush or something. Like because they were like ignorant, old people. From back in the day, like when they didn't know any better.
I'm not going to sit here and judge anybody for what makes them feel better if they're not hurting anyone.
All right.
I don't get you, man.
But you wouldn't find it funny. You wouldn't find it comical.
I guess I'm more tolerant than you are.
The fact you say it out loud makes me think you're not.
No, well, no. I mean, what else?
I am a tolerant person.
Well, he has to say this because your wife did it.
Well, no, I don't think less of anybody that does it.
I will say this.
All right.
I can see my wife, because she can't say no to people, saying, I've got this friend.
Look at him.
She wants to come over and bless the house. And I would have to sit and watch it, but I would be dying inside laughing.
It's not that this woman I love wants it. It's that she'd feel guilty. That's why
But I can see this happen because my wife's not religious.
Okay.
We're not religious people.
Well, I don't think a lot of the people that do this are necessarily religious.
Who are you talking to?
I think it's just kind of a...
You got to be talking to some space dude up there you think is watching your stuff.
Space dude. We have a ton of messages coming in.
All the haters.
Well, let's see here. You can always get us at Facebook at WCMF Break Room. Jan writes us, I'm a realtor. I had a client that would only look at homes with windows that faced east. They said it had to do with the sunrise and feng shui. The house they bought didn't have them, and they wouldn't move in until they installed windows in the east.
So that's like an Asian thing, right? The house has to sit a certain way.
Oh, I thought you meant hiring a realtor. I don't know what feng shui is.
I thought it was
the way
something
you're supposed
how
to set up the room for good energy.
I think the building has to face a certain way.
No.
Okay.
Well,
But I think it's an Asian thing. To your point.
I don't know. Don't say to my point.
Okay,
I never said Asian
it's
thing.
all about the flow of a building or your home and the energy that certain furniture in certain position brings to your home.
I think Kissinger met with feng shui in Paris
Kimmy is not getting any of this.
to stop the war.
Kimmy, who's Kissinger? Oh.
Henry Kissinger?
What's he do?
He's like I don't know how to explain it. Like, just there's a lot there to explain.
My second wife, I'm just going to call it as I see it, thought he was a comic on Saturday Night Live because they used to do so many impressions of him. She thought it was an actual comedian, not an actual diplomat.
Is it weird to you that this family would not move in until the windows
Yes,
were
of
these?
course,
Okay.
because that doesn't mean anything.
That means something to them. You know, I mean,
I don't even know why you'd buy the. I mean, if you were that into feng shui, like I wouldn't even think you'd look at a home without those windows. Like you would only be looking at certain places to live.
I mean, that's what Jan wrote here until they found somewhere that didn't have it. Brian writes us on Facebook. He says, my parents are from China. When I bought my first house, my mother came over and lit a candle to shine in the corner of every room of the house. Chinese tradition says you need to show the spirits where to go and hide, not just the corners of the house, but inside every closet, corner too.
How dumb are spirits?
My wife is not Chinese, and I had to negotiate with her to let my mother do this.
I'd be pissed too.
I think people that are into feng shui are into it to the point where like they take it everywhere with them. Because I just remembered my friend had a boss who was into this. She worked for like a smaller business, so her boss controlled everything. She had the whole workplace set up in like the feng shui way. I don't even know what that means.
Feng shui.
But my friend, her desk, I guess, was facing the wrong way, so like she came in and like rearranged her whole desk and stuff to fit the whole vibe of the place.
Is the place still in business?
I mean, I don't.
not.
My friend doesn't work there anymore, so I don't. Maybe I don't know.
Surprised not worried about profit. She's moving desks around.
But yeah, like that. They brought
Do your
it to
job.
the office. Like they couldn't work in a place that wasn't like set up to their liking.
Going back to this Facebook message from Brian about Chinese parents coming over and putting lights in corners and things, right? This is where it gets interesting. Your traditions versus your family's tradition, because you brought up the burying the statues in the yard thing, right? There could be pressure you feel about things you don't care about because of your parents, grandparents, whomever.
Well, you're just playing nice.
But if your spouse isn't into that, Brian says here, again, I'll read the Facebook message. My wife is not Chinese. I had to negotiate with her to let my mother do this. Do you make your mother upset by not letting her do her thing? Or do you side with your spouse and deal with the wrath of your family?
Let the broad light her candles.
It's always easier to fall on the side. Keep the peace. Tradition, right? Because here's the thing, like you tell Ma, no, you can't come over with the candles, and then your relationship breaks up or the house burns down. The first thing they're gonna do is blame you for not letting you use the candles.
Yeah,
right?
Dr. Fung came to you, paid your ass a visit.
I don't think this has to do with feng shui.
They call me Dr. Fung.
Again, Tommy laughing his ass off at a friend of his who had their house blessed, the first house they ever bought. He can't wrap his head around it, despite the fact that, again, we have more people writing in talking about this. Brian writes us on Twitter. He says, my wife put coins in our living room the day we moved in for good luck. About an hour after the movers left, we realized they stole the $3 in quarters she had put all around. I don't know if that's extra good or extra bad luck.
I wonder, to your point, of all those weird things you can hide and do to bring you good luck, how many people have moved into homes where they found weird stuff in the walls or
I bet.
or stuff in the yard that they were like, what the hell is this? But it was something that somebody did a long time ago to bring good luck to their home.
You're probably right. Going back to the thing, why would you risk getting caught stealing $3 in quarters?
I know. Yeah. That is a little weird.
We'll read one more DM before we get here. Trish DMs us on Instagram. She says, I had a roommate right before COVID who was big into the witch thing. She wouldn't let me or the other roommates in the apartment until she stuffed the front door keyhole with fennel because she said it helped ward off evil spirits. She was gone in 3 months. So bad luck there for her. Right. Fennel in the door.
Well, you did decide to live with a witch. So.
Right.
That's on you.
I think she's connected to witches.
I don't know, man. Every chick that's in the Fleetwood Mac right now, which is a lot of them after Stevie Nicks.
She Wiccan?
Yeah.
Is a Wiccan just a...
I don't want to go down.
Is it a witch?
I don't know.
Is that
I think you practice Wicca.
I'm gonna one get the emails if you guys could stop talking. I don't feel like dealing with the emails from witches.
We're just trying to figure out what a witch isn't do.
If you're gonna curse anybody,
why does a witch have to email you?
Curse them.
Can't they just put a spell on your ass?
Maybe.
Please don't put a spell on me. You can spell them.
Well, you'll get an email first.
WCMF.
Spell my ass up.
Spell my ass up. All right, let's take a break. We've had this discussion before because these stories are not uncommon.
All right.
And there are two kinds of people that are going to hear this story. The first kind, they're going to say, lock this woman up. What a terrible, horrible mother she is.
Yeah.
And other kinds, people who have had kids before that go, well, I would understand how this could happen and be a total mistake. And Kimmy brings up a good question.
What's that?
If you find yourself in this situation, stumbling upon what somebody stumbled upon, do you call the cops or do you try and find mom?
Oh.
And we'll
figure out what happened first.
Exactly. We'll get to it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There are two ways to look at this story.
What happened?
Either you see this woman as a terrible mother, or you see a mistake that any parent could make.
All right.
And where you come down on this may determine what move you make first, because there are those who should argue you call the authorities right away. However, you could handle this yourself and make things easier on these parents.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 7:45 this morning, one of the biggest stars on the planet, household name, exposed himself inside a store.
Wait. By choice?
Yes. Intentionally took it out inside a store. And he is not facing any charges.
How does that work?
I will explain everything.
I mean, the other guys that have done this, it destroyed their career.
Oh, yeah. No. In fact, this all ended with a big old smile.
But he whipped it out.
Oh, he did.
Come on, man.
Bro, I'm telling you the truth. I'm going to tell you the whole story, and we'll do it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. A 32-year-old woman has been arrested in Phelps after an incident involving a 2-year-old child.
Ooh, it's terrible.
The Ontario County Sheriffs say the 2-year-old was found walking alone on Main and Church Street in the village. They say when the child was found, they were not wearing a shirt or shoes.
Jeez, a little thing running around like that?
That's right. The mom was arrested, charged with endangering the welfare of a child. She has a court date coming up. And what makes this story so complicated?
What's that?
This could be the tale of a mother not fit to raise a child. It's possible that this child was in danger because of negligence and that calling the police is the best thing that could have been done for this little one's safety. It's also possible that this was a mistake that any parent could make. And we've talked in the past on this show before about how anybody that has raised a child has had a terrifying moment like this where you turn around and all of a sudden that kid is gone and you don't know where they are and oh my God, what the hell is happening? Right? Maybe not as bad as a shirtless, shoeless 2-year-old wandering alone, but kids get out. Kids disappear for a second.
They wander away from you.
Exactly. And it doesn't mean you're a negligent parent. So Kimmy, seeing the story yesterday, you had a question.
I was wondering, if you were an adult that stumbled upon the situation and you see this kid without a parent or guardian, is your first instinct to call the police or is your first instinct to try to locate that parent or guardian?
Okay. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Are you calling the cops or are you looking for mom and dad?
And I guess how long do you give it looking before you make that call?
So if you call the cops, I guess the chances would be decent that the parents are going to get in trouble.
Yeah.
Even if it was a mistake. And when it comes to like top 5 parent fears, someone from CPS knocking on your door because of a mistake you made, it's up there.
Yeah.
And if you realize how easy this could happen, which if as a parent you would, maybe you don't want to put those parents in that situation. However, if you try to find mom and dad yourself, there are a couple of problems that could present themselves. And before we get into those potential problems, I will ask you, Tommy. Yeah, Kimmy, neither of you guys have kids.
No.
If you find this 2-year-old shoeless, shirtless, are you calling the police or are you finding the parents?
Yeah, I don't care if the kid's in a tuxedo. I'm calling the cops.
Oh.
Wow.
Why?
Because I can call the cops immediately. Trying to find parents may end up you can't find the parents.
Okay.
So what'd you accomplish?
You could stand there with the kid for a little while, hoping that the parents come and find you.
Okay, but if they don't.
Okay.
I mean, the whole thing is get the kid protected.
Well, but they're with you.
The parents, who cares?
But they're with you. They're protected.
No, they're not.
You're not going to let anything bad happen
to
the kid.
No, but I'm not. How long am I going to stand there with this kid?
I love how you're worried about the safety of the kid. Well, I'm not going to stand here all
I'm
day
not.
with this kid. I got things to do.
This kid's holding me up, man.
You literally have nothing to do.
Well, I want to get to it, kid.
So the second you see that kid alone, you're calling the cops.
I go cop first.
Are you getting out of the car to grab the kid, but while the cops are
I
there?
grab the kid.
Okay.
I stand there, and then as soon as the cop comes, there's your kid.
Kimmy?
I think my first instinct would be to look around for the parents for at least a couple minutes, especially if this is happening in a busy place. I would think, my first thought would be this kid got separated from their family somehow.
Okay. All right.
So I think initially, my first thought would be, let me find this kid's mom. I'm sure she's in a panic somewhere. Okay. But then again, I guess how long? You can only give it so long before you need somebody to come in and take the kid.
What's your time limit?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Wow.
That's an eternity.
Christ, I mean, crossover
but
here.
I mean, after 10 minutes and you're not finding anybody, I would think, this is
a bad situation.
Somebody else has to come in.
And I don't want to be a 65-year-old man standing there with a 2-year-old.
No, but I mean, the story makes perfect sense. If
I don't
somebody's...
want to do it. I don't like the optics.
All right, so to that point, if you try to find mom and dad yourself, there are a couple of problems that could show up.
Right.
First one, you're kind of kidnapping that kid.
Well, I would be afraid that that's what it looks like,
right?
for sure.
I mean, it's not your kid. You're not responsible.
I don't want
to
to lead this kid anywhere and make it look like I'm the reason they're lost.
The other problem is you can't be totally sure that you'd be turning that child back over.
Yeah, where's your ID that you own this kid?
To the rightful mom or dad, right? Like the kid doesn't have like a tattoo on them. They're like their mother's face.
Well,
right?
I would say if a child sees their mother, they would obviously, they would go towards their mother.
Okay, but
that would be a tell.
What if you do if they don't, though? Then you're in a bad situation. You have to make a judgment call.
But that kid could have also ran away because mom wouldn't give him a cookie, right? You know what I'm saying? Like how many times as a kid I'm running away and you'd wait at the end of the street because you weren't allowed to cross the street?
All right, so am I allowed to judge the parents as soon as I see them?
You can do whatever you want.
All right, so let's say I got the child now, and here comes the parents, the mother, the father, whatever. They're sketchy, rough looking.
What?
You know what I'm talking about?
That's like everybody to you.
What is define sketchy, rough looking?
They're rough looking. They're sketchy. They look a little rough. A little rough around the edges.
No, I need a definition of what you would have to see in somebody.
Maybe they drinking. Maybe they drugging.
Wait a minute.
Maybe they got a little.
Hold on.
They got some edibles on them. Some soft narcotics.
You went to go.
Amphetamines.
You went to go see your new granddaughter this weekend, right? Yeah. So you have now 2 grandchildren, and you told us a story. Well, because you wanted to be comfortable while you were there, right? So you brought stuff with you.
Yes.
What'd you bring?
Alcohol.
Okay.
So I made sure I had a because we stayed at a hotel. So I made sure I always got a little medicine at the hotel.
At the hotel, yeah.
And I wanted to make sure I was stocked up over at the house because we're going to be there for a while.
So you bought 2 separate bottles of booze.
Yeah.
One to keep in the hotel and one to keep in your stepson's home, so you could drink while the kids were there.
Yeah.
And you just said to me, if you saw the parents had a drink in their hand, you would think that was sketchy.
Yeah, I wasn't walking around the streets looking for a kid with a cocktail.
You have also argued multiple times on this show that while babysitting, drinking is totally acceptable.
Yes, I have.
But you're now going to judge these parents if they have a drink in their hand.
I just say...
You've also argued multiple times that if you were having a cookout with kids, you've insulted me because we only do one parent drinking at a time in my house if the kids are around. And you've said that I was a bitch for doing that. But again, you said if they had drinks in their hand, that you would judge them.
I would never turn over a child to somebody who looks like me.
Okay. Another potential issue here, you run the risk of the parents getting upset that you're holding their child, you have them in their car.
Why are they pissed off? I found your kid.
Look, I know that sounds crazy
and
irrational.
But it might look a certain way to them.
Panic parents don't always react the way that they should. Right? Are you putting yourself in a bad spot by grabbing that kid and playing manhunter instead of calling the cops at first?
So it sounds like my way's the better way to go.
Oh, says man who decided to go that way?
Well, call the cops. I eliminate all that BS.
Yeah, you're not involved anymore.
Okay. No, the cops are trained to figure this stuff out. I ain't.
Okay. Tommy, there are parents listening, and I know 252 WCMF whose kids got in situations like this, and they are good parents, and they had a CPS investigation because they have to do their due diligence, like you understand it, but they shouldn't have in the first place, and it's massively embarrassing, and it causes all kinds of issues, and it was all because of one mistake that they could not have controlled, and you, in calling the cops, could be contributing to that.
But I don't mind doing that because it's about the safety of the kid, not your image.
If this happened to your stepson and somebody called the cops, you would come in here the next day. I can't use Budinsky's calling the
kid's buttoned up.
Bro.
I don't know about his father-in-law.
No parent with 2 little ones is buttoned up. You are sleep deprived. You have no energy. Your brain does not work the right way. You are emotionally stressed. It's a nightmare. It can be a nightmare when you have little ones. And you love them and you want them to be the most. But come on, man. Like the human mind and body can only be stretched to a certain point.
But, it's one of those things you don't know. Like, you don't expect to run into this stuff in the middle of the morning, right?
Sure.
Or whenever it happens.
Yeah.
So if you're asking me, I'm just as panicked as that kid for that kid.
Yeah.
And I want this kid to go away as soon as possible. So that's why I'm calling the cops.
I want this kid to go away as soon as possible?
I'm being honest. I don't want to deal with this kid.
Abracadabra.
Yeah. Get
But like,
outta
what
here.
if you're in a place like where you know the parents have to be around? Like this has to happen all the time at like theme parks and stuff like that, where the
I'm
kid
thinking
gets
malls.
separated. Malls,
Yeah.
Stuff where you would assume that the parent has to be there somewhere. You're still immediately just bringing them to the authorities or whoever's in charge of the place.
Because I'm not qualified.
Okay, all right. Let me ask you
I
this.
think the kid's in better hands with the authorities than my dumbass.
Okay. I'll ask you this question then. Because Kimmy brings up the mall again. 252 WCMF,
Get that
252
PA call.
263. We're talking about the story that happened out in Ontario County in Phelps. A 2-year-old child was found shirtless and shoeless wandering around the village. The police were called. Mother of the child, 32 years old, was arrested, charged with endangering the welfare of a child, and this woman could be a negligent mother. We don't know. These are all the details we have. This could also be a situation where she turned her back for a second. All of a sudden, the kid was gone and she couldn't find him. And again, if you're a parent, you have been in one of these situations before. You're walking through the mall out in Greece. All right? And you're walking outside of the Red Robin, and all of a sudden a 2-year-old wanders up to you. No kid, no parents around. As you lean down to pick up the kid, Dad runs out of Red Robin, and he's got a drink in his hand.
He didn't
man.
put that drink
Yeah,
down.
This is a
he was
whole new
panicked.
scenario.
He went out to the bar to get a drink. Kid disappeared. He ran out. He's got a drink in his hand. What do you do?
I mean,
What do you do?
if he doesn't look sketchy,
He's got a drink in his hand. That was one of your sketchy points.
No,
that you
but
made a
let's say
second
he
ago.
looks like he's got bank. He's got West Side Bank.
Wait, just because you have bank doesn't mean you're a good parent.
Yes, it does.
What are you talking
Does it?
about?
Bank means good.
No, your dad had tons of bank. Would you call him a good parent?
No. But that was back in the day.
Not like today. Not like today. Rich people and all the good that they do all
They
the
seem to
time.
be really doing well.
Yeah, no. Why don't you talk to Elon Musk kids, man, who don't speak to him?
Well, they're just idiots, man. That daddy can beat me every Friday night. I'm sticking around for that coin.
That is the worst take I've ever heard you have in my life.
If my daddy was a billionaire, spank my ass up if I'm still in the will.
Yeah.
And by the way, let's say this. All right, so let's say I'm, where was this, Phelps?
Yeah.
Downtown Phelps. doing my shopping and
In
doing
and
my
out,
marketing.
yep, okay, yeah, sure.
All right. I had this kid. Right. This kid comes out, and I'm holding the kid now, looking for the parents. He's screaming, crying.
Okay.
He's
Yelling.
terrified. Now I've got a screaming child.
Yelling, stranger!
Yes, or whatever.
Stranger danger!
Right. And I'm holding this kid. Yeah, I'm calling the cops right now, man. I want nothing to do with this child. As soon as I can release myself from my obligation, I'm done.
Okay. Look.
What do I do?
What is it? But you're calling the cops and you're holding a kid that's screaming stranger. That makes you look suspicious.
Well, I want this over with as soon as possible. I'm not going to wander him around looking for mommy and daddy.
Okay. All right.
Who may be God knows what I'm going to find.
Look, the fact of the matter is this. I get that you want your hands clean of this situation.
Immediately.
Not because... But by the way, you're doing none of this for the benefit of the kid. Like, that's the funniest part about
Well, I
this.
am holding the kid.
No. None of the explanations you gave were for the sake of the child.
What were they for?
Every explanation you gave was to get
out
you
of
the
this as
hell
soon
out of the
as
situation.
possible.
Like, it is amazing. In the 10 minutes we've discussed this, not once have you said, well, for the safety of the child or for the sake of the child.
Well, we know the kid's all right now. He's safe. He's screaming.
But he's screaming. We know he's safe.
God, what a nightmare.
Yeah.
Daniel writes us on Instagram. He says, I hope she just turned her back for a second. We had a baby shower for my sister-in-law a few weeks ago. She walked out of the shower with my 4-year-old son, didn't tell anyone to go next door to the little boutique, or didn't tell anyone. We turned the restaurant upside down looking for him, so they must have lost the kid for a little while. 5 to 10 minutes felt like an eternity, and he's absolutely right, man.
Oh, yeah.
Every second that ticks by,
Oh,
you
it's
can
gotta be.
hear it in your brain, just boom. Bum. My
Yeah.
poor sister. So my nephew, he was like 3 at the time.
Yeah.
And he's a little rambunctious wild guy, right? Just left the house. Walked out of the house when she was in the other room.
Picked it up from Granddaddy? He was a rolling stone. So what happened?
He hid in their car.
Oh, wow.
in
Wait,
the
so he
driveway.
could get out of the house and into the car?
Oh, yeah, he's 3. He opened the door. He got in the car door. Bro, they're not hamsters. They're human beings.
Well, I don't know how big a 3-year-old is.
He's slightly bigger than 2, slightly smaller than 4. But he was hiding in the car, and my sister
my
couldn't
God.
find him for 5-10
Oh,
minutes.
my
And she
God.
and her husband, she's in tears.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
what
bet.
do you do?
Flipping out.
You call the cops on yourself almost.
And it's only because the window was open, they heard him laughing.
Oh.
That they found him in there, but they were about to call the cops on themselves because they couldn't find their son. And she's a wonderful mother.
The kids are a nightmare. They just are. They're a nightmare. I mean, a good nightmare. But what a nightmare.
No, I mean, like, but that's...
because they have the potential of doing that to you innocently.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, causing this.
And you can't even get mad at them.
No, they don't.
You can get mad at them.
But they don't know what they're doing.
They know what they're doing.
The little soft noggins don't know.
You know, going back to this whole, like, look and sketch thing, in reality, if we're being real, you can find something about any parent you come upon that make them look like a bad mom or dad.
Yeah.
Especially in that situation. So the statement that if they look sketchy, that doesn't apply because they're going to look sketchy because you have their kid. You're going to be looking for sketch.
Okay. Because there's like high-end sketch and low-end sketch
Shut
too.
up, man. What is high-end sketch?
Like a rich woman that's so self-involved, she could care. You know what I mean? It's all about her. You know what I'm talking about? Snooty-ass woman. Like she's more involved looking at shoes right now than watching her kid.
Okay. And what's a low-end sketch mom look like?
You know what they look like.
Oh, man, no. See, you still haven't answered this thing.
No.
I asked you 5 minutes ago. Nothing.
They raggedy. A raggedy woman. You know the type.
Okay.
She's got 3 different types of nail polish on. She's got a purse, but it's dirty.
Most women's purses are dirty.
You are.
No, they're not.
So
Yes, they
catty.
are.
I've seen your wife's purses, man. They ain't dirty.
She got her crossbody is all dirty because she wears it everywhere.
I'm talking about a regular nice purse.
Were you going to say the sketchy-ass woman has a high-end dirty purse?
No, that's a knockoff. She got a knockoff dirty purse.
She got a knockoff dirty purse is my favorite. Rip
She's
seconds.
got a knockoff dirty purse. Every other word is curse. She's a bad mom. I can't find my baby in Phelps.
Look, it feels like the responsible thing to do, to your point, is to call the police.
Let the
them
authorities.
sort it out. But even after talking all this out for the last 15 minutes, I'd still feel bad doing it. I think my
If it's all just, misunderstanding.
I think I'm going to try and find these parents. I don't want to put them in a situation, and if I find the parents and I feel uncomfortable, then I'm going to call the cops and explain what happened, and hope to God that nothing bad happens to that kid.
Well, of course. It's all about the children. They're the future.
Shut up, you stupid
Thank
bitch.
you, Whitney.
Let's take a break. All right, this is a household name celebrity.
And this is impossible.
I'm telling you, this man took his penis out in the middle of a store and was not arrested.
On purpose.
On purpose.
What kind of
Intentionally.
goddamn dirty store is this?
No, it's a shoe store, actually.
What was he trying on?
We're going to tell you which legendary household celebrity did this and why he was not arrested. And we'll get to the story next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. But first, All right, so you have no idea which household name celebrity may have exposed themselves inside a shoe store earlier this week.
And you said they did this on purpose.
Yes, this was intentional.
Okay.
Yeah, out it came.
Not arrested.
Not arrested. No, they are completely free. And in fact, everything ended with a smile.
Okay. And I had my pick.
It was not David Hasselhoff.
Which would make sense.
No, it wouldn't. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. You've been waiting, and I will now tell you. The man who exposed himself inside a shoe store intentionally was Elton John.
What? I mean, you think about it. That's one penis that's seen a lot of action, right?
I wasn't thinking about it, but,
both sides
thanks
of the
for
fence.
pointing that out.
That penis has played hard.
Look, man, some people like to drive 2 cars.
I'm not putting the brother down, but that's one historically partied penis.
Elton John, over the weekend, was in France at a shoe store shopping with his 2 sons.
Right.
Okay.
He asked the owner if he could use the bathroom, and the owner of the shoe store told him, "We have no bathroom in this store." So he took it into his own hands, literally.
Wait, what did he do?
Elton John took a bottle from his security guard, took a few steps away from the other customers that were also in the store.
He didn't have it to himself?
No, there were other people there.
And what did he do?
He took a leak in the bottle in the middle of the store.
And everybody was cool with it because it's Elton John?
No, initially the owner was not happy, also because he didn't recognize Elton John. According to
How
the
do
story,
you not recognize Elton John? Who did you think that was?
According to the story, in his anger, the owner of the shoe store asked him what he did for a living, and Elton John replied, and I quote, "I'm Elton John!"
Thank you.
Now, before you think Elton was being a dick here, the man has had prostate cancer. And he admitted in an interview...
He wears a diaper, doesn't he?
Yes, when he performs, he has to wear a diaper so he doesn't have an accident.
Benny's a little wet.
So this could have been either I go like this or I go on my pants situation.
But like any other place, you would still get busted.
Yeah.
Man, France is pretty loose with their cranks.
I mean, yeah, I think we all knew that.
I didn't know it was that loose.
No,
but they got the Olympics coming up.
Would you stand and watch Elton John pee in a bottle?
Yes. It's Elton John, man.
You don't want to think about it?
I would have to watch Elton John pee into it.
Why,
It's Elton John, man. He's like one of the greatest musicians in the last 50 years.
Yeah, I would make that argument. Sure. But he's not playing the piano. He's peeing in a bottle.
Yeah. I mean, seeing like a star at that level do something like that, wouldn't that kind of like ruin them? Not ruin them, but make you think a little differently about them.
I'd be shocked that he would do it. Just because,
that's what I mean. Just the fact that they would do something that you would also do, potentially.
No, it all ended up happy in the end. As a matter of fact, he ended up taking a picture with the owner of the store so the owner could hang the picture in the store.
What did the security guard do with that bottle?
Ooh, good question.
Because you could sell that bottle. Oh, you could. Don't even roll your face because you could do it. You don't think there are celebs and also some creeps that would buy that? And I'm talking not emptied.
Yeah, I got it. Well, bro, he probably makes good money being Elton John's security guard.
I thought he was a store security guard.
No. It was Elton John's personal security guard. Yes. So you're saying...
I had like guy at the door.
All right, let me ask you a question. You watch it. You're in the shoe store. Elton John takes it out. He takes a leak. You're staring at him. The security guard looks around, puts a bottle on the floor. You picking up that bottle?
No, I can't.
Well, you just said yourself. You just argued for selling Elton John's urine.
It could be worth.
I can't touch warm Elton pee. Because the bottle still be warm. I think I would get nauseous.
All right, let me ask. You go on eBay and you see that a bottle of Elton John's urine, half the size of the one he's got there, because he just had a couple of drinks apparently. $10,000.
That's what it's selling for.
That's what this bottle is selling for $10,000.
All right.
You picking up Elton John's pee for $10,000.
What do I say? Never leave money or pee on the table.
Get that yellow, put it in the till.
Yes. 10 G's, I'm touching that bottle.
You have to explain to your wife what you're doing.
You know what? I'll show her $10,000. Scream all you want. You can go to the Rolex store.
You also have to carry that bottle. She's not done shopping. You got to carry it around for a couple hours while you're shopping.
Yeah, that's fine.
A second ago, you didn't even want to touch a warm bottle.
I bet it's $10,000.
What's the littlest amount of money? $1,000. Would you pick it up?
No.
Wait, you're gonna poo-poo $1,000 of PP?
Oh, poo-poo.
I wouldn't. I guess
10G. I'm not blinking, man.
the other issue is I wouldn't know how to sell it, even if I wanted to.
What do you mean?
Like, where do you just put it on Facebook Marketplace?
I
Like, how do I go about? Because people are gonna want to like authenticate it, right?
I mean, I guess it would be hard to authenticate. Well, it would.
I would sell right on the spot. If I'm in Paris, I'm walking right outside, and I'm gonna start going
Pee
up and down.
here. Get your pee.
Brush your pee and let pee. I'm fresh out of the jar to pee. Buy my pee. My wife want to go to the Rolex store. Buy my pee. Let pee. Out of the jar to pee. Yellow brick road in a bottle.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Elton John over the weekend was in a shoe store, needed to use the bathroom. He was informed there was no bathroom. So while with his two sons shopping for shoes, he took out a bottle that his security guard gave him, and he took a leak. Took it out in the middle of the store in this bottle. The owner of the store, not recognized Elton John, got upset, asked him what he did for a living, and he replied, and I quote, "I'm Elton John." One more question. Because, you would obviously be enamored with Elton John standing in front of you.
Yes.
Right? The fact that you just watch this happen is even more amazing.
Right.
So after it's all done, he's looking around a little embarrassed. Hey, guys, sorry about that. He walks up to you, and he goes, let's take a picture. And he reaches his hand out to shake your hand.
The one he was just holding.
Of course.
Right.
Shaking. Oh.
Yeah.
You shaking Elton John's pee hand?
You'd have to. You'd have to.
You don't have to do anything.
That's a piece of history, man.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm shaking his urine-soaked, I'm sure, manicured hand.
Okay. One more. So we're going to take the picture now, right?
And by the way, that hand has seen a lot of action, both sides of the fence.
You take the picture now.
Yeah.
He goes to put his arm around you, and he puts his palm of his hand on the side of your face.
Elton John is touching me.
Elton John is touching something. He's like smushing your heads together like it's a joke. Are you freaking out?
Maybe a little bit, but I'm not moving.
Okay.
I'm taking that picture.
For a guy who says he's not impressed by celebrity, it's very weird.
I know.
You're a germaphobe. All of these things are coming together.
But put that hand on my face.
Would you shake Elton John's pee hand, Kimmy?
Yeah, probably. You can use hand sanitizer later. I wouldn't want to
well,
deny
you've shaken
him
hands
a
that have
handshake.
had pee on or that have just peed.
Great point.
No, but
we all know Pat doesn't wash his hands, so who knows how many door handles we've all touched.
Oh, yeah, my penis is all over door handles. I use hand sanitizer. We have all this.
Once you get all the way into this room.
Is it my fault the hand sanitizer is in here? It's not. We have short periods of time here. I don't have time
I
to
actually
wash my hands.
don't. I don't touch the sinks. I think the sinks are filthier
but you
than
have
the
to touch
urinals.
the door to push it open.
So I don't. When I go to the bathroom, I hand sanitize when I come here. I don't touch nothing. I mean, I touch things, but I don't wash in there. Those things are disgusting. It's like washing your hand in ass.
Ass hand?
Ass hand.
Got a man with an ass hand.
Wow, what a story.
Yeah, I mean, like there's a handful of people in that shoe store that watched Elton John take a leak into
And by the way, it ain't no Payless shoe store either. It's probably some super high-end, buttoned-up, $1,000 a pair of sneaks shoe store.
100%. By the way, he did also buy pairs of sneakers for his son, so everybody ended up winning.
Look at that.
Would you go? All right, one more question.
Yeah.
Let's say the owner of this shoe store, he realizes Elton John afterwards. Elton leaves a bottle behind. He puts the Elton John pee bottle on display in the store. You're outside shopping with your wife. A couple weeks later, you find out Elton John's pee bottle full of pee is on display. Are you going in to look at it?
Yes.
Why?
Because it's there.
It's unique.
Think of all the morbid things I drove to look at when I was on the
that's
road.
True.
I went to murder houses in the Midwest.
Okay.
I went to oil wells. I did all that crazy stuff because I was so bored. I'm going to pass on Elton John's pee bottle.
Tommy's getting two things he loves. Dark history moment.
Okay.
Along with new shoes.
Yeah.
Good point.
Yeah.
High-end
shoes.
High-end Italian shoe.
All right, let's take a break. It's a party that happened one night 2.5 years ago
Oh.
that not only ruined the career of one man, ruined the reputation of another woman, destroyed the lives of people that were at the party.
Just
after
one hell of
the
a
fact,
party.
And just cost the city of Rochester $500,000.
Wow.
Because a story that took the nation by storm when it happened is finally wrapping up all these years later. And holy crap.
Yeah.
We'll get to it next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's one of the most insane stories in Rochester history.
Yep.
A party thrown by two prominent members of our community that set off a firestorm that not only lasted for months in the news here, but made national and international news. It took down several people's careers and reputations. And now it is costing the city of Rochester 6 figures.
That's one hell of a bash.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. Back on July 7th, 2022, almost exactly 2 years ago, Gerard Jones, a firefighter with the city of Rochester, was brought to a party at a mansion on East Avenue by his captain, along with 2 other firefighters, while they were working their regular shift. Gerard Jones, who is a black man, was brought to the now infamous Juneteenth party, hosted by local dentist Nicholas Nicosia and his wife, Mary.
All right.
Amongst other things, Jones said he was greeted at the party by Juneteenth flags and buckets of fried chicken.
Oh.
And we could go deeper into what was there, but we only have until 10 o'clock.
All right.
The party, like we said, became international news. The dentist who threw the party after all the smoke had settled said he lost a ton of business after false allegations that he was a racist and that his wife was a racist and that the party had racist and inappropriate undertones. Said it was a lie. None of this is true.
Okay.
And to prove, Tommy, it was all a lie, he and his wife and his lawyer, then lawyer, had a press conference that was carried on every local news station live.
Oh, press conference we'll never forget.
Right?
Well, yeah.
We'll get straight down.
The press conference where his wife, in defending herself from being a racist, made this admission on live television into a camera.
I do have a Twitter parody account that operates under a veil of a persona, and I have made blatantly racist comments under that persona. Culture of Twitter operates that way, and it's part of its charm. I don't want to say it's charm, but it gives you an opportunity to be someone that you're not in terms of a persona. And for these comments, I'd like to apologize to the African American community for what and other people in the community that I have hurt or offended by doing what I was doing on Twitter.
And just to be clear, if you were confused by what she just did, in admitting that she was operating a Twitter account that had racist undertones while defending herself from being a racist, her then lawyer perfectly explained the difference between the two.
All right.
There's no question that somebody that has a racist Twitter account, which Mary did, is somebody that's going to be somewhat aware, I guess, of these racial tropes. No question about that. But the manner in which the party was conducted and the way in which they've led their lives is not consistent with this party being racist. No question. If you look at her Twitter account, yep, that's racist. Not right, wrong. Never can. There's no justification for it, in my mind.
Isn't that part of the way, though, that not they, but Mary lived her life?
That's the point.
How do you separate the two, I think, is what.
Well, there's no question that she has not lived her life that way in terms of her actual behavior. No question that when she goes on that internet and gets into Twitter and makes comments, those comments are, not all of them, but some of them are racist in nature. I don't know when you say how somebody's living their life. When she moves away from the Twitter account and she interacts with human beings and goes and does things, there's nothing in her life that I challenge anybody to find that indicates that she has a racist bone in her body in terms of how she behaves.
Her Twitter account.
Sure, that's right.
Separate the two, though. No.
Well, that's what people are definitely going to want to say, and I agree that that's part of your character, your Twitter account. And she understands how wrong that is. But with respect to the claim that was brought and the stuff that was presented, there's nothing there that's racist. They're going to do their best to try to tie the two together. But that isn't part of the claim. It's not even mentioned in the claim.
I mean, you got to give him credit. He does stand in the pocket.
But he's just being blasted over and over again.
And he keeps saying, no, yes, you're right, but no.
I can't remember whose idea it was to do that.
The party
press conference.
One of those three. That was
I mean,
a decision made. Right? Yeah, they called that press conference together.
I remember like at the time thinking like, why would you Why did you think this was going to make it better?
Kimmy, what are you talking about? You clearly heard their then lawyer explain that just because you have a secret, anonymous, racist Twitter account does not mean that you are a racist, despite the fact that she was admittedly saying racist things on the account. And how dare you infer that this stuff that was at the party, which was taken as racist by a black man that was unknowingly brought to the party, would be thrown by a woman who has a racist Twitter account but is not racist in real life.
And I thought, and it's been a while. I thought there was photos of some of the stuff that was at the party.
Oh, there were. They took those photos themselves after the party. They set it up, and even the things that they took themselves after the party was like, okay. So anyway, we remind you of all of this.
Okay.
Because after the party, Jones, the firefighter we told you about initially, wanted something done about this. The city was going to investigate the captain that brought him to this party.
Yeah, well, I don't even get why he brought him to a party.
Great point, because they
also
were
that
they're working. They're on duty. Yes, yeah. But for some reason, the captain who brought him to the party retired before the city could start the investigation.
Good timing. There.
Coincidence there, right?
Hey, where have you heard that before?
And we would know nothing about this party had it not been for this man who came forward and said, "This is what I was taken to."
Right.
So eventually, Jones decided to sue the city of Rochester, claiming he was discriminated against and endured unjust treatment from the beginning of his recruitment. And yesterday, the city settled. You ready for this?
Yeah.
Jones will be receiving $150,000 in a settlement from the city. He gets $75,000 of that now, and he gets $75,000 of that when he retires in 4 years. Also, Jones will be allowed to stay on paid leave until he hits his retirement age in 4 years. The city agreed to that as well. So in reality, the settlement of $150,000 plus the 4 years of paid leave and salary is around $500,000.
So he's on leave. He's on paid leave till he retires.
You got it.
And he got $1.50.
The 150 on top of it.
All right.
This might be the most expensive party in the history of Rochester.
You ain't kidding, man. You ain't kidding.
I mean, think about this. The people it buried.
Oh,
and by the way, the people that it buried, you should know better. These were prominent members of society, politicians and well-to-dos, right? Folks who had to come out and issue statements claiming they, in fact, were not at the party.
Yes.
It destroyed the reputation of the couple that threw that party. You just heard that woman, right? No one came out in defense of them.
Right.
All of their rich friends ran like rats off a sinking ship. The dentist himself lost his contract with local sports teams that he had here in town. Like we told you, the fire captain retired. You lost the city of Rochester $500,000 in salary in the settlement. And the folks who threw the party still insist they did nothing wrong.
Yes.
That is power, buddy. That's power. Right? You think you're impressive? You think you have juice? How about you throw a party that costs $500,000 and 2 years later a crappy radio show is still playing hilarious sound bites from your terrible press conference that you called yourself. Then you come and talk to us, baby. God damn.
You ain't kidding.
Wow.
I know.
And it's not even like it's defensible.
No. You didn't have to do any of this.
No, nothing. Like what that couple did in the press conference that they had made anything they could have said after a waste of time.
Yeah.
If they would have shut the hell up, as the news cycle normally works, unfortunately.
We wouldn't have those sound clips to play.
No.
That wouldn't live on.
No one would remember this.
Yeah, nobody stood in your front door.
Yeah.
Putting a microphone in your face.
And by the way, even if they did stand in your front door, you can close the door.
Or just walk on by.
Exactly.
I wonder how many people, I mean, at the time, the Twitter account and like the whole backstory of these people was like huge, obviously.
Yeah.
But I wonder how long that would have lasted to the point where people would have even, forgot most of those details.
Well, the Twitter account
like you would still know that like they threw the party and they were involved, but I wonder how much of their personal lives and like especially like having a Twitter account that you literally physically wrote that will live on forever, how many people would have even remembered that?
The Twitter account was the fact that she had the Twitter account was a rumor. There was no way anyone could have proved it was her in the first place.
Even,
until she dimed on herself.
Exactly. Right? Like whoever gave them this advice has got to go down in history as one of the worst advice givers maybe in the history. And by the way, I'm happy everything got exposed. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I'm going to speak personally.
But I'm guessing they're just very rich people that are extremely insulated.
Okay.
and they just hang out with people that agree with them and think this stuff is funny.
Yeah.
And we should do this. This is going to be a riot. People are going to love it.
Until you have
the party.
Until you have to explain it to other people.
But see, here's the thing. Tommy's right. Like the circles that these people run in, they don't have to explain anything to people because they're the ones that make the rules, right? Yeah. They have money.
They live in their own world.
And like these are the people, because one of the defenses of another thing at the party that was documented was there were pictures of local politicians that were like on stakes.
Yeah, they were mocking them.
Yes, and they had someone dressed up, at least according to the allegations, like Rachel Barnhart.
Right.
While people yelled sexual stuff.
Right. She used to be on Channel 8. Now she's a councilwoman.
Yes.
She's
a local politician.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Those were the accusations that showed up in
Yeah.
several different news stations. And again, we're talking about Gerard Jones, the firefighter who was brought to that party on East Avenue almost 2 years ago. He has settled with the city of Rochester, a $150,000 settlement plus 4 years of paid leave until he's allowed to retire. It's over $500,000 when it's all said and done. I mean, Kimmy, the reason I bring this up is the defense of the dentist was he was not racist and he wasn't making fun of any politicians because he claimed he had donated to both Republicans and Democratic politicians throughout his career.
Do what I want.
But that's just it.
Yeah.
Like when you say there's no one around to tell them, these are the types of people that have so much money. They are telling politicians what they want with the donations that they make.
Right. That's why you make a donation.
Right. These are the kinds of people where the politicians go out of their way to shake their hands.
You're looking for Jews.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right? So when you say, how did nobody tell them? Nobody can.
Right.
Nobody would. Because you don't want to be on the bad side of these people.
And you're throwing the money out.
And think about what she'd say on her anonymous Twitter account about you. And like, this is the most mind-blowing part.
What's that?
None of this was even close to necessary.
Right.
This was fun for them. Mm-hmm. The woman had the Twitter account for fun.
Yeah.
They threw this theme party, whatever theme they want to say it was, for fun. Mm-hmm. Some people have horseshoes and bocce at their cookouts. Some guys stand everyone around their Blackstone. Fried chicken and Juneteenth flags.
I don't want to know what they would have done with that Blackstone if they had it. And by the way, this captain, he brings these guys to the party. Mm-hmm. Like, if you didn't do that,
I know.
This party would have been a non-event.
No kidding, man.
It would have just happened behind a fence.
You ain't kidding.
Like, this guy thought, and I would love to know what his thought process was to take a black man to this party. Now, he's going to say, well, I didn't. Why would you take him to a party in the first place in the middle of a work while you're on duty?
I'm with you.
There was no fire.
I'm with you. There was no fire. That's your argument. What are you bringing a truck out here? There's no fire.
Yeah.
No, I mean, look, thank God. Yeah. Thank God he did. Yeah. Because, one, I mean, you're paying for the sins of what you may or may not have done here. Two, we get that brilliant press conference.
Well, you do. That's priceless comedy.
I forgot how people knew it was her Twitter account. Like, how did that get exposed?
So there was a rumor. There was a rumor circulating.
Because she wasn't acting as her, right? Like,
right.
No, it was a different anonymous Twitter
So I wonder
account.
how that was discovered in the first place.
People were using clues to put together. I mean,
gotcha.
It's complicated. But there was no way anyone could have actually proven it.
Yeah.
She just dimed on herself.
She did. She did. Which doesn't make her a racist, according to her lawyer. She just says racist things on an anonymous Twitter account that she didn't want to put her name on because she herself is not a racist. Right. When you get on Twitter, you can be whoever you want to. A racist.
I want to be a racist.
But I'm not. See, that's why it was so appealing to her. Because it's like when you play fantasy football.
Okay.
I'm not a quarterback.
You're not really a general manager.
No, I'm not. I'm not these things. But I get to pretend I am. Yeah. She was doing fantasy racism and crushing it in her league, by the way. All right, everybody on hold, we are super late. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry, we got to move on. Let's talk about something joyous.
Okay.
The Olympics are literally right around the corner.
Oh, yeah, I think weeks.
2 weeks?
I think so, yeah.
And we're going to cheer for America, obviously, because we are American.
Who else are you cheering for, buddy?
Well, but there are people from our town. In fact, a lot of people, again, that are going to be making that trip to Paris. One of the stories has to be one of the most unique track and field tales maybe in Olympic history.
That's from here?
Yes.
Wow.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Can you feel it, Tommy?
Yeah, what?
The Olympics are in the air.
Oh, yeah.
In about 2 weeks, they will kick off the opening ceremonies in Grand Ole Prairie.
Wow.
Men's basketball kicks off their tune-up games in Vegas this week. They're playing Canada, who, by the way, has the second best odds to win a gold medal.
Damn.
How did Canada get good at basketball?
They got a ton of great basketball players.
How?
They don't
even have a college.
They don't.
What?
They beaming it down at college.
They ain't got no college basketball.
But they can play here.
Yeah, they play college ball in the States.
All right.
And then we're off to the races with the rest of the world. And wouldn't you know, because for some reason, Rochester is full of world-class athletes.
Yeah, we are.
There are folks from right here in our backyard we will be cheering on to bring home medals right back to the good old US of A.
How exciting.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 8:40. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm all out of sorts this morning.
Oh.
Let me fix it. Oh. Shut up. Oh, usually are. Just after 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
It is Tuesday, about half an hour. We got Where They Whining coming, so start warming up your brain, set your alarm, come on back. We do Where They Whining just after 9 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy.
Yeah.
Did you know there are 5, count them, 5 people from the greater Rochester area that will be competing in the Olympics in Paris starting in 2 weeks?
That's got to be a record for this town.
You think so? 5 in the same one?
And 5 people from this area.
Well, I think, okay, so at one time, I guess it's not the same games. Yeah, maybe.
Did you think of winter?
Well, because you had Gianta.
Well, you got more winter sports around here, but for the summer games, that's got to be a record.
One of the stories is absolutely amazing.
What happened?
Bryn King is a fifth-year senior who competes for Roberts Wesleyan in track and field. She will be on the U.S. women's pole vaulting team. Somehow.
Man, how did we become like chick pole vaulting capital of the world?
Well, that's just it. Roberts Wesleyan, a college so small that people in Rochester forget it exists, will have its second Olympian in the last like 15 years. And Jen Scher, she won gold for the U.S., also having competed for Roberts Wesleyan. Scher is King's coach.
Oh, there you go.
That got her ready for the Olympics. Okay, what are the odds, first of all, that a tiny college like that produces 2 Olympians in that short of time? And how great is Jen Scher that not only she had the talent to make it to the Olympics, but had a hand in helping this woman make it to the Olympics as well.
Pretty amazing.
What is the secret that this woman has to Olympic pole vaulting? She won a gold medal in the Olympics.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's just, yeah.
I always feel bad when people really excel at sports they can't make any money at.
Well, but that's what the Olympics are for, because that is sometimes when they get sponsorships and things that make them a lot of money.
But you think like your gymnasts, like those people become multimillionaire and like media stars.
Sure, yeah.
You know, hockey, basketball, but like you play in these sports that don't have any year-round participation where it has even like any spectators.
They have the U.S. Track and Field Championships every year.
I always feel bad for, and I think the rules have changed, but especially back in the day, to your point, like those very, like the unknown sports or those really, really unique sports. I always felt bad for the kids that were competing for the U.S. that were still in college because they could not make any money off of it. And that was like their only time to shine and make that money. I don't know if the rules have changed since
then. I think they have, because, the story with Jeremy Bloom, he was a wide receiver for the Colorado football team. He was a skier. He was drafted by the NFL, but he couldn't play in the NFL until after his Olympic career was over, because if he got paid to play sports, he wasn't an amateur anymore. And you're right, the rules have changed. No, but I'll counterpoint that, right? Like Jen Scher and this woman, Bryn King, who will be competing in pole vault out of Roberts again in the Olympics. If this wasn't in the Olympics, no one would ever get to see them participate in their sport, right? True. The Olympics, like Kimmy said, is for these sports.
Yeah.
So that's one. Magnus Sheffield. What a great name.
That is a good name.
Another local kid?
22 years old. He's a graduate of Pittsford.
Oh, what's he doing?
He qualified for the U.S. men's road cycling team. He apparently lives as a pro cyclist overseas.
So this is like the Tour de France, like open road stuff?
Yeah, but it's a team thing, I guess.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know. Is he
there's that other one that's on that track.
The other one is is on that track.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, the other one that's like is on that track.
You know what I mean?
That's what I'm trying to say. The other one is on that track.
We don't even know what kind of cyclist he is.
Don't say. I just told you he's a cyclist on the road cycling team, which I'm guessing is outside. You do road inside? Hey, we're doing the inside road cycling.
I think they do some inside stuff.
They built an inside road.
I think that's right.
You idiot.
So he's like Tour de France guy.
I guess. Could you Google if Magnus Sheffield is currently?
Because those
in the
guys
Tour de
run in
France?
like teams.
Oh my God, that's what I just said.
All right.
Oh, he's so stupid.
You don't know nothing neither.
I at least have the information that I'm trying to tell you.
And again, that's another sport where it's going to be hard to make any money.
The Tour de France is happening right now. Lance Armstrong is...
Yes, he was in the Tour de France.
It's happening right now.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
How's he doing?
We're about to find out.
They're in
trying to figure
Cheesetown.
out.
Wait, your mom's... I can't.
No, go ahead, finish it.
I can't
They might
believe it
say my mother has a cheesy vagina.
They called her Velveeta. Like, it
Well,
doesn't...
that means it's smooth and creamy.
Yeah, it was. It is weird.
Melts in your mouth.
This kid from Pittsburgh, Magnus Sheffield, he is making a living as a pro athlete, as a cyclist overseas.
Wow. All right.
He's obviously one of the best in the world, hence the Olympic berth. Yet, I'm assuming the guy can come home and visit and nobody knows who you are or what you do.
Right.
And to your point, that doesn't happen if you're one of the best football, hockey, basketball players.
You're a king.
At least with Bryn King. I mean, she's local here. Like, people, they've been doing multiple stories on her.
Yeah.
Right? This kid, he could come home and no one would have any idea
Yeah,
who
he's
he
not
is.
even doing it here right now. You say, right?
A woman who she would be making her 4th Olympic appearance.
How old is this woman?
41. Megan Musnicki, excuse me. She's from Naples. She already has 2 gold medals in rowing.
Oh.
Man, she's from Naples?
Yep, that's right.
Man.
That's how she got out. She's jumped in a boat.
Just kept going.
So is she like, at 41, is she like the Tom Brady of rowing?
She'd have to be,
Unless,
man. How
like,
many
some of those
40-year-olds?
sports you can compete at an older age, so maybe that's one of those sports.
Rowing? It
Maybe
looks like
it
it's
could be
brutal.
Yeah.
It's always amazing to me when like there are people competing at their highest level in like their late 30s, early 40s, because like how you beating out that 20-year-old kid?
That's what I'm saying. Like, this would have to be her last run in the Olympics.
And
right?
you said she's gotten medals already?
2 gold medals she has.
Damn.
In 4. This will be her 4th Olympics. So
Is she like a solo rower or like the team?
Oh, it's called a Rolo, and
Those are delicious.
So
it sounds like a team's. Team. Is there solo rowing?
Yeah, there is the ones where there's just the one person in the boat.
Or there's
Okay,
two,
to answer the question, then I don't know.
All right. That's how good she is. We don't know how many people
my
are in her
God!
boat.
She can have gold medals, and I cannot know who she is, and she can still be
I
really
didn't know
good.
that anybody had a gold medal in Naples. That
Some
little
rowers-
town.
No, she got it in rowing.
Some Olympic rowers start their careers in their 20s.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's interesting.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
they jump ship, I guess. Well,
I make a great joke, and you go, you do that. So the 3 Olympians we just told you about, Bryn King, pole vaulting, Magnus Sheffield, road cycling, and Megan Musnicki in rowing, they are going to be competing for the United States.
Yeah.
But there are 2 more Olympic participants from Rochester.
all right.
A few weeks ago, we told you about gymnast Kevin Penev. You remember him. Mm-hmm. He's a Penfield grad who will be competing for Bulgaria.
And he's a gymnast?
He's a gymnast,
right.
yes. And then there's Lainey Tava Thomas. I hope I'm saying that the right
Pava
way.
Thomas?
She is one of the most accomplished Section 5 track athletes ever.
Oh.
She will be competing in the 200-meter dash for Jamaica, who is one of the key rivals to the U.S. in the track and field events. It's like the U.S. and Jamaica almost every race. She's competing for Jamaica.
But she's from here.
She is born and raised, it seems, here in Rochester.
But she's of Jamaican ancestry?
I don't have any more information.
So does Jamaica not have enough runners so they had to grab an American? Because they had the fastest guy in the world there.
I don't think Usain Bolt is
Yeah, I
competing.
think
But
he
I would think
retired.
like they were known for having like a really dynamite track and field program where they would produce enough
looked you in the
people
face and said,
to do it.
I literally just looked you in the face and said, Jamaica is the United States' biggest rival in track and field.
Right.
And you did not listen to me and said back what I just said to you.
No, but why does she got to go there?
Well, maybe she
don't
wanted
know!
to, maybe
Are they
she
coming
wanted
up
to
short?
compete for them, and maybe
All right.
I don't know. She made one of the best teams in the world.
All right.
So
It just seems odd.
I'm getting a twitch in my eye dealing with you today. I want you to know that. Do you cheer for Rochester athletes if they're competing for other countries? They're from here.
Yeah,
It
'cause
is
I don't
hard,
believe
though.
it. Yeah, no, why?
What do you mean,
I
why?
mean, it's not a sport I care about. So yeah.
200 meter
yeah, but if
dash
it's
is
like
one of the most
neck and
popular.
neck between,
Oh yeah, because my
I'm sorry, what? What were you going to say?
I don't find it like one of our sports that I care about.
Track and field racing?
that's one of the most fun to watch.
Thank you.
It's like watching PE. Like
It's
most of
like,
these sports, I
That's what
don't
sport
care
is like
about.
watching PE.
I don't care about rowing. I don't care about
You
biking.
can't get into it though. Like if it's like a close,
I'm not gonna watch.
You're a monster.
You can watch
Photo
rowing.
finish.
I will watch every single
You are
event.
the weirdest dude, man.
I love the Olympics. No, I
I
think
I
it's
like
too.
the cool Olympics, but some of it
Especially the
sucks.
Summer
Olympics.
Olympics.
Like
I
those, who's those dudes that just walk?
It's race walking.
Yeah, it's like you're gonna watch that.
Yeah, I will
think
watch
it's
it.
fun to watch.
By the way, I love
You
how
look like you have a
there's-
load in your pants.
Do they still do that? I thought
Yes.
that one was gone.
Doesn't
No.
know. Why are you asking?
They
him?
walking.
They walking?
Yeah.
That's what the event's called.
Yeah.
I
They
got
walking.
a gold and they walking. Coming up just after 9, that new segment where they walking. The answer is the Olympics. Nobody wins.
No, I would have to be something I'm interested. Like I could watch some of the basketball, like hockey, like
In the
something
Summer
like-
Olympics. And they drowned.
I tell you what I want to watch if they swim in that river.
They're going to.
Well, they're not sure yet because they just had an American go over there and jump in with an American flag to prove it, and they still had to go check him out and make sure he's not because it's like an old dude.
They're going to race in that river. They always end up finding a way to race in the river.
That will be cool to watch.
Okay. Well, you're just watching to see if they get sick.
Well, it's kind of weird. Like if you saw somebody training in a river in a city.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about five Olympians from the greater Rochester area that will be competing in 2 weeks in Paris. 3 of them are representing the United States. 2 of them, a gymnast from Bulgaria and a woman running the 200-meter dash, will be competing for Jamaica. Tommy will not be cheering for them because they are not American enough for him, despite the fact that it seems that they were both born and raised here.
All right.
I think you could find yourself. You know what I always found strange were people who would root for, a country of like their ancestors or something.
That's strange?
Well, like it's not like you really have any direct connection. Like you're not rooting for a local person competing for them. You don't know anybody personally competing. It's just always kind of weird when I see people, rooting for those other countries.
It'd be like you and Ireland.
Well, yeah, but that's just it. Ireland is never good in any Olympic sport, so I've never gotten to root for Ireland.
But you would if you.
Well, let's say
if they
some
were
kid
there.
popped. All of a sudden, this Irish
Like, do you
kid
feel
is like
that strong of a connection? I guess. Like not really knowing any family members that came from there.
Oh, if an American was not in the running for a medal, yeah, I would cheer for Ireland over everybody else, I think.
Okay.
I think so. But yeah, I don't have any loyalty to any other country, although I will still watch all the events that America has been like eliminated from.
Really?
I love the
Wait,
Olympics.
if we're out?
Oh yeah, I kind of lose interest
Yeah.
after that happens.
What's the one where you ski and you shoot and you ski and you shoot? Shooting and
Oh,
skiing?
Skiing and a shoot. Shooting
What is
and
that
a skiing.
Cantathlon? Cantankerous? Cantapantankin? Yeah, during the Winter Olympics, the last one, the Americans were. I watched the whole thing. It was like 2 hours long. It was amazing. It's hypnotic, man.
All right.
Why? What happened to the joy in your body?
I can't. I don't have the attention span. Like they
But these you don't. That's the best part about some of these events. Like they go so quick, you don't need a long attention span to enjoy them.
Like ping pong? Man, I could watch that for hours.
So I had tickets to ping pong.
Yeah.
I wasn't gonna go see no ping pong.
Why?
Man.
You would. I would definitely want to see
So
what that's
Weeze-
like in person.
So Coca-Cola sent Weeze and I down to the Atlanta games, right? And you all know how that ended. So we get our tickets, and we both look at each other and we go, "You got to be kidding me, man!" They gave us freaking ping pong on a Thursday night.
Oh, but you had tickets for basketball.
We had men's basketball tickets, and we had diving tickets, and they were like the most sought after tickets.
So what was the basketball game like?
It was fantastic.
Was it?
Yeah, I sold my tickets. I also sold those diving tickets. So Weeze and I sold all our tickets, and we cashed out.
How much did you even make?
Nice.
Really?
Yeah.
I would
nice.
kill to go to the
I
Olympics.
know.
I would
Yeah?
kill to go to the Olympics.
I don't know.
You don't want to know.
Was there anything that you were surprised to be entertained by?
Yeah, being in
The show he was on that morning?
when the bomb went off and then all the craziness happened, we were like right in the heart of it.
So you okay?
Wow.
No, but I'm saying like we
So
were
you're saying-
witness to.
carnage. Wow, that's
Yeah, I know. You
amazing.
needed an actual explosion to be entertained at the Olympics.
It didn't hurt. No,
No,
but
we
I
did
mean we
actually
were right
for
there.
a bunch of people.
Two, and one was a heart attack. All right, come on. So, but we it was listen. I got to witness history. I was kind of buzzed when it happened. But I made some money.
252 WCMF. 2529263. Again, talking about 5 Olympians from Rochester that will be over in Paris. 3 of them representing the states. Rochester has to have more Olympians than it should, right? Like per
Based
capita?
on size? Oh, yeah, I would think so.
It feels like it.
And we always have multiple folks going. I mean, and we have a history of major Olympic success, too. Kathy Turner, gold medal in speed skating. Abby Wambach won a gold medal in soccer. Brian Gianta, Ryan Callahan, they medaled, if I'm not mistaken.
So we also had 2 fencers. They were sisters from here that always went to the Olympics.
Oh, the Pokes.
You knew them? The Pokes.
You laughed. You didn't want to laugh.
No, but I mean, there were 2 sisters that were fencers that competed. I don't know if they ever medaled, but I think they went to multiple Olympics.
How long ago was that?
It's got to be 20 years ago.
Oh, do you have tickets that you sold? Just go and see
Well,
them?
you don't want to piss those girls off. Zimmerman.
Oh, yeah. Now I'm vaguely remembering this.
Oh, not the Pokes.
Are we not doing jokes here?
Well, I said there was 2 families.
No wonder you sold those tickets and got out of town. It was the show you were doing. I mean, hell, Stacey Pengen, who was the meteorologist on 10 NBC, she was an Olympic alternate who left home in her teens to train with the U.S. Olympic team in figure skating.
Oh, all right.
And she's now on the news.
Wow, look at that.
No, I'm just saying. Like, there was even that weird-ass swimmer from a couple of years ago. What was his name? Ryan Lochte. He's from Canandaigua.
Yeah, but I don't know if, like, did we really claim him as ours?
We did
we grabbed
because
everybody,
I don't think
man.
he was here very long.
No, he
was
born
a
in
baby.
Canandaigua when he moved. But no, we claimed him until he did that weird thing where he lied about getting assaulted.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of weird stuff that guy did.
So, yeah, I mean, get excited, man. It's right around the corner. I'm going to have an Olympics party. You guys are invited.
Oh, man, I'm so tied up. I got to
Okay,
paint
fine.
my driveway that week.
You can't come. Good. I don't want you there.
Good, you
Yeah, but
can't come.
But a lot of the fun stuff will probably be on delay, right?
I don't know.
Or you got to watch it in the middle of the night.
Well,
That's what sucks about having them overseas. It kind of does. Because,
You mean,
like, you'll
you mean
either
like
know.
half of all the Olympics?
No, but like, yeah, but that's what sucks about them because you kind of already know what happened, and there's no way I can watch anything.
It is hard to avoid spoilers.
But I can you watch swimming?
Yes.
Yeah, I can. Swimming and track.
But you already know what happened. Like you already know who won.
Well, yeah, because
Yeah,
I
I
still
wanna
kind of want to
yeah.
see it.
Because you already know the drama.
Oh, my God.
That's that part of watching sports is you don't know what's going to happen.
By the way, if they're in prime time on Saturdays and Sundays, they're going to be right in the heart of the middle of the day, like noon, right?
All right, yeah, that's perfect. I love noon Saturday TV.
No, but if I'm okay,
I'm not watching reruns of wrestling.
Yeah, is that what you're doing? Watching sweaty men in underpants roll around with
Hey,
each
the
other?
gals are wrestling too.
No, I'm going to fire up the Blackstone, and we'll do a middle-of-the-day cookout, and I'm going to have an Olympic party, and you're not invited anymore.
Good.
Kimmy, you and your husband are invited to my Olympic party.
Sounds like fun.
You're not. Your ass ain't going.
I like the Olympics.
USA.
I could get into
USA.
it. Plus, there's always something going on. Have it on multiple TVs.
Oh yeah.
USA. All right, let's take a break. We got Where They Whining coming up in about 10 minutes. But before we get there is a 29-year-old woman in some serious trouble this morning.
Oh, poor thing.
But here's the thing. What she did is something that happened, I think, to every teenager at some point.
Well, she's a kid?
No. It's what she allegedly did to a kid.
Oh.
And we'll get to it next here in the break room on CMF. I guess by the letter of the law, this would be illegal. Mm-hmm. What's weird is seeing this woman arrested for it, because I think this is something that every teenage kid, man or woman, has had to deal with at some point in their childhood. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, Where They Whining, coming in about 5-7 minutes. So sit tight, get those brains ready.
Oh, yeah.
It's almost go time. Mm-hmm. Where They Whining, just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. A 29-year-old woman has been arrested after making unwanted physical contact with a teenager.
That could go many ways.
This is according to police. And that's just it. We don't have many details. We know that it happened in front of another teenager, according to the story. And unwanted physical contact could mean one of two things. Either they were upset and they got physical in that way, or they got handsy with a teenage kid. It is also important to include in this story, I forgot to mention, the woman, the 29-year-old accused of this, was also allegedly drunk.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. So drunk woman.
I don't know if that makes it better or worse.
So here's the thing.
All right.
And if I'm off base, tell me, because maybe it was just the way I was raised. Hasn't every teenager had unwanted physical contact from a drunken adult at some point in their childhood?
Just a weird hug or
putting their arm around you, won't leave you alone, like grabbing onto your arm, grabbing onto your hand.
Pinching you.
Yeah, stuff like that. Hasn't every kid dealt with this at some point?
I think so.
As a teenager? Kimmy, thoughts? Did no drunken adult want to go near you?
Yeah, I do wonder if this maybe happens with older women, because they're usually more touchy-feely just in general, and maybe they think it's not a problem. You know what I mean? So maybe more teenage boys have this story even than teenage girls.
It would happen all the time.
Like out in front of everybody too, because again, they don't. What? I'm just an old lady.
It's fairly innocent.
I
mean, like
know.
they're not.
I think we're finding out none of that is good.
Yes, but I don't think there was sexual intent in some of that stuff.
Intent is the wrong. Okay,
Yeah.
let's define intent.
But you're still making somebody feel uncomfortable.
Yes, but they don't realize it. Especially I come from that generation where the things were just handled differently. So I had this fat Aunt Catherine, right? She was like a very happy, jovial person, and she was big time drunk, and she would give you the big sweaty hugs and pull you in and all that stuff. And I was a kid, and I was like a little kid, so like it made me feel uncomfortable. But like today, you would be mortified.
Yeah.
About your fat, sweaty aunt's big old hugs?
Yeah, big Aunt Catherine hug.
Yeah, I can remember.
But she didn't do anything to me. No, I mean, no.
I'm not even saying it's okay, sexual intent is a weird statement, because you're right. I don't think that most of these women, if we're going to use women as an example here, because I think you're right in that take, Kimmy, I don't think most of these women are trying to do anything with kids.
I don't think so either.
Because again, they'll do it out in the open because they don't, I guess they don't see a problem with it.
But I think you were naive in thinking that when it comes to a liquored up woman in her late 30s, 40s, or 50s, that there isn't something going all tingly when they're doing that stuff.
It could, but
not with your aunt. I mean, that's a different story.
No, but it could have. I don't know. I mean, she was drunk, and I'm a little kid. So to your point, maybe yes, but you'll never know. It didn't go that far.
I think everybody can immediately picture one drunk mom that flirted with all the teenage boys.
Yep.
And made everybody feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
But they think they're funny.
No, here she comes.
But they also think they're funny, right?
I mean, I don't know if it's funny. I don't know if it's to Kimmy's point. They don't realize what they're doing.
They don't
and how
realize
bad
what
it looks
they look like.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes it could just be drunken attention.
Like what? Okay, you guys know, again, 252 WCMF, 29-year-old woman was arrested after unwanted physical contact with a teenager while she was drinking. Those are the only details we have. By the way, this 29-year-old woman is facing harassment and endangering the welfare of a child charges. I played in a bagpipe band.
Yeah.
With my dad and his buddies when I was a kid. And everyone else was grown ass. And I was 14 to 18 at the time I was doing it. And we would go play summer festivals all the time, carnivals, stuff like that. And we would always end up at a beer tent playing stuff. And without fail, every beer tent, no matter what small town we were in, there would be some drunken woman in her 40s or 50s that would get all handsy with me.
Okay.
And again, it's not like she was grabbing my junk or anything.
No, but I mean, the poor woman was blind and had no taste.
But I
All right, but
didn't know how to deal with it, and I didn't want to be rude because you get in this weird point where you don't want to disrespect your elders, right? But at the same time, like I don't want to be. So you would just. I remember just being like,
kids of that age, they're not. You shouldn't know how to handle that situation.
But
and, you know.
Did the guys tease you?
Yes. So there was this one guy who was in the band who they would give out paper plate awards like as a joke at the end of the year, and they gave me a "Made Out with Your Mother" award, which I never made out with any of those ladies.
No, but they probably did. But even the guys thought of it as innocent, like.
Yeah, nobody ever said anything,
right?
And I must have obviously looked uncomfortable.
Sure, but that was part of the fun.
Well, not for me.
No, but for the guys watching
it,
like that generation would just look at it just like a prank.
Yeah,
right.
Nothing like sexual intent.
But that's what made it worse too. Was like no other adults were standing up for the kid in the situation.
Yeah, like and by the way, I'm not saying I say guys. There were women there too.
Yeah.
Women that never was stepped up. And again, it's not like it changed my life in any way. It just
made you feel a little uncomfortable.
And like I see this, good old I guess I was shocked by this story. I didn't know that women could be arrested for that because it happened so many times when I was a kid. It's not like I was around a bunch of cops. All right, let's take a break. It is Tuesday. It is 9 o'clock. It is about that time. We were off last week, so you didn't get your Where They Whine and Fix.
Yeah.
But we're here to change that right now.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, what?
Oh, yeah, what do you mean, oh, yeah, what?
What?
Double star.
You said I don't like my pick. You said I don't like my pick and I'm not confident, and you backed into it, which invalidates.
Still puts a star up there, brother.
Invalidated doesn't count. Stop the count.
I'm the only two-star employee of WCMF.
What? Okay, I'm the only guy who's.
Well, you're
still not leading the star count. I just want to point that out.
What's that?
You're not leading the star chart.
I am
here.
as an employee of WCMF.
252 WCMF 252-9263. If you want to guarantee you get it, you do it right now. Where They Whine, it comes up next. Here, the break room on CMF. You know what the week off means?
Oh, yeah? Well, I had to bask in my championship week.
No, you said yourself.
It was a star week.
Literally before she read who won, that you were not confident and you regretted your pick.
See, that's strategy.
And so it was straight. You're not even picked. How is that strategy?
Yeah, don't say anything in the press that that they can build on.
What the hell are you talking about?
I'm saying. You downplay it.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. It is Wednesday. It is 9 o'clock, and it's about that time.
Oh, yeah, it is, buddy.
Now, we missed you last week because we were on vacation for the 4th of July. But we're back, and we're back hard.
Right.
If you are new to the show, and I see you guys sitting on hold, sit tight. Here's how this works. Kimmy has a post from the neighborhood app that you guys have been sending her, and we greatly appreciate it. She's going to read that post out loud, but she's going to remove street names and town references, so we're not sure where it is. However, in that post, there will be clues. There are always clues where it could have come from. And you need to reach back in your brain and figure out what little stereotypes and itty-bitty things you can hear that will narrow down where whoever wrote this post wrote it.
But don't jump the gun. Listen, right?
Do not listen to Tommy, because Tommy is going to say things, and people think he's trying to throw people off. He's not. This is just how his mind works. Poorly. Listen.
Listen. You got to listen.
And then you give us a call at 252-WCMF, 252-9263, although we don't have an open phone line right now. We're going to fix that in a second. Kimmy, are we ready?
Ready.
Let's do this thing.
Rockport! Greece! Fairport! Where they whining?
Our neighbors take too many Ubers, and I believe it's making us...
Shut up!
Oh, yeah, Uber Town.
Shut up, Uber Town.
Oh, Uber Town.
Our neighbors take too many Ubers, and I believe it's making all of us vulnerable to theft. We all chose to live on a private drive for a reason. If you live on, and then I'm guessing this is the name of the road they live on, and absolutely need to use a rideshare, then you should at least walk to the corner so that these drivers can avoid driving around our cul-de-sac looking into our homes. I saw an Uber driver in a beat-up Nissan Altima. By the way, they spelled Ultima wrong with a U.
Ultima!
Driving by a little bit too slowly the other day. I'm sorry, but it definitely looked like he was casing our neighborhood.
I think that guy used to do stand-up. We know that guy.
Before you laugh, I have heard stories about this happening here locally. You can even look it up. This is very unsafe. Unfortunately, this couple is calling an Uber multiple times a weekend. Strangers are constantly driving around, picking them up and dropping them off. This couple is older and should know better. These aren't kids we're talking about. These are grown adults asking for rides. It's just silly. Please report any suspicious activity on this app so that we can all stay vigilant and prevent any issues.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy, what do you hear?
Well, first of all, private drive.
Okay.
Older people suspicious of Uber.
Okay.
Mixing with the young set that wants to go out and partay. All right. But there's...
Why are you laughing, Kimmy? Kimmy, why are you laughing?
Nope. Go on.
No, guys, when you're laughing, you got to say why. The radio show.
I already read it, so you do you.
Everybody that's listening just smack themselves in the forehead after what you just said.
What?
Nothing. Go on.
What did I miss? And the key to it is cul-de-sac.
So where is it?
Well, I can tell you where there are no cul-de-sacs. What? There are no west side cul-de-sacs. You don't have any cul-de-sac. You didn't even know what
so many cul-de-sacs.
You did not know what a cul-de-sac was till you went to that fancy-ass school and went to a fancy-ass house.
Every neighborhood in Greece is a cul-de-sac.
No.
Yes.
Cul-de-sac your ass off. There ain't no cul-de-sacing.
Where are they whining?
This is an east side dilemma.
All right.
But it's upper east side.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Because they whining in Webster.
Yes, you idiot.
You say that every week, and I have 2 stars.
Why
I was an idiot last week. When I got that other star, I was an idiot.
You said yourself you were an idiot 2 weeks ago.
Webster is slammed with cul-de-sacs.
Wait, that's what you're basing it on? The amount of cul-de-sacs?
Mm-hmm. And old and young. Young people moving in. The older set are still hanging.
Oh, my God. All right, now that you've made your choice, we can point out that it said in the post, if you were listening, that the people being picked up by the Uber were older people that should know better.
That older, but not old.
You said young.
Young, old, not old.
Younger, you idiot, bro. She's right.
I'm convinced you only listen to like the first 2 sentences and then you tune out the rest of the post.
She is 3 feet from you, giving you information you need to make a correct guess.
So if I get another star, what are you going to do?
No, but you're not going to.
It's the right strategy.
You're not going to.
Don't listen. So my pick is Webster.
Okay, gotcha. This is a dunk. This is the easiest
you
one
say
we've
that
ever
every
had.
week.
No, it's a
Starless dunker.
It was. First of all, I have a star. Second of all,
barely.
It's so obvious. I thought you were gonna pick it.
What's that?
Bro, what are you talking about? Ubers in a high-end neighborhood, private drive. Is everybody going out all the time now? They whining in Fairport.
Fairport doesn't have any cul-de-sacs.
Shut up! They got nothing
don't.
but no.
No, they do not have.
No cul-de-sacs in Fairport.
No, because they won't allow it. Then there are no private drives in Fairport. There's not.
There's no private drives
No.
in Fairport, New York.
No, there's not.
New York. Okay.
No.
The only thing that could bite me in the ass here is if
Your brain?
How would my brain bite me in the ass?
Well, if you could figure out a way, it would. This just shut you up.
You know I'm right. Look how bad he's getting. He knows I'm
Fairport.
right.
Ain't no
It's Fairport.
Fairport.
The only thing that could bite me in the ass here is if it's posted by town and not village. That's the only thing I'm scared of, but I'm going with Fairport. It's a dunk. It's a dunkaroo. Everybody on hold should just hang up.
Right.
It's over. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. There is one rule and one rule only with where they win. What are you laughing at, you stupid bitch? You get one town choice.
Yeah.
One. If you hear your town you were going to pick before we pick you up on the phone, you got 2 choices.
Well,
you can either hang up the phone, try again next week. No big deal. We won't hate you for it. Or pick another town. If we pick up the phone and you go, I was going to go, but then I went, you are disqualified, and the commissioner has all final say. Are we ready?
I'm ready.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's kick it off with Andy. Andy, where they whining, buddy?
Tommy?
Yeah.
Duffy, I'm going to say they're whining in Brighton.
Oh, why Brighton?
I'm trying to think of where they're taking Ubers to, and Brighton's nearer to the city, going out for drinks, going out for dinner.
Okay.
And it's possible that they live in Brighton without a car, so they're calling Ubers to go out.
So wait, they're so old that they're Ubering? Because they don't have a car. Well, hold on.
Who lives in this town?
And I know I might be wrong, okay, but Tommy saying no cul-de-sacs on the west side is crazy.
Thank you.
That's crazy.
Thank you, Andy. We can agree on that. Common enemy here. Tommy
That
sucks.
might be the craziest statement ever made on where they whining.
There are no cul-de-sacs on the west side.
You can't name one. You can't name
I
one.
grew up
Name
on
a
a
street.
cul-de-sac.
That wasn't a cul-de-sac.
It was.
Your country ass.
Where'd you grow up, Tommy?
She grew up country.
No, what street?
Oh.
So how do you know it's not a cul-de-sac, stupid? Andy, we got you for Brighton, buddy. Thanks for the call. We appreciate it.
Thanks, buddy.
All right, there goes Andy. Here's the only thing that I don't like. If they're too old to drive, they're too old to understand how to
It can't
order
be
an
they're
Uber.
so. You're gonna tell me people live in a single family home and they're old and don't have a car, but they Uber.
Yeah.
That's doesn't make any sense.
Well, I mean, I guess the rest of Brighton, if you live in 12 Corners, it's walkable to everything else. Would you save money taking Ubers and not having a car if you were just going out like 3, 4, 5 times a week?
Maybe.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Cody. Cody, where they whining, buddy?
I'm going to say they're whining in Pittsford.
Why Pittsford?
Lots of cul-de-sacs, kind of uptight. Seems like the kind of neighborhood where there's a lot of cul-de-sacs where somebody would be upset that there's extra traffic coming down their nice, decent little road.
Okay, all right. Pittsford seems too on the nose. And where are they taking Ubers to, Cody?
I think that they're taking Ubers either into Fairport because it's better or into the city. You're kind of in a central location there. You could go either way.
All right, here's what you're not considering, Cody. Everyone that lives in Pittsford only stays in Pittsford to go out.
Yeah, they
and do
got their
things.
own high-end restaurants.
Yeah,
They're
you
going to
don't. You like to say you do, but you don't.
We're not going to busted-ass
but if
beer
you're
bars.
If you're taking Ubers, are you going to high-end restaurants all the time?
In Pittsford, they
Maybe
are, yeah.
once in a while, but I mean, if you're staying in Pittsford, you're not taking the Uber anyway.
Okay, all right. Well, Cody, we got you for Pittsford, buddy. Thanks for the call. That was
Dumbass
sucked. That sucked. By the way, you got everyone hung up on cul-de-sacs now. Cody, Pittsburgh because of cul-de-sac. That's what it is.
Well, you give me. I grew up in a cul-de-sac.
She did. There's cul-de-sacs everywhere.
Busted-ass country cul-de-sac.
There is not a town in the greater Rochester area without a cul-de-sac.
No, there were towns due to religious beliefs that they would not build cul-de-sacs.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Pete. Pete, where they whining, buddy?
I'm going to go Penfield.
Why Penfield?
Well, first of all, Tommy got everyone talking about cul-de-sacs that they missed the point where it says a private drive off a cul-de-sac.
But the cul-de-sac would still have to exist in the...
Connected to the private drive.
Yeah.
But he's completely missing the entire point, and he's talking about towns that don't have a lot of private drives off cul-de-sacs.
I'll tell you why he picked Webster. Because he lived in a private drive off a cul-de-sac.
Yes.
You have your
So
house.
wait. You of all people, you've lived on multiple private drives.
Yes.
Well, yeah, big celebrity like him. You can't have just normal people driving by trying to catch a glimpse.
Yes, I do.
All right, so, Petey, what else about Penfield's doing it for you?
Because, well, just like another pick, it was closer to the city because there's a pocket of Penfield that I'm thinking about.
Oh, the Penfield
and
pocket.
It's got to be, yeah, there's a small little pocket of it.
Mm.
And so I just think that it's close enough to the city, and it's close enough to a lot of other bars and restaurants that people would want to be going out.
All right, Petey, we got you from Penfield, buddy. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. We got some bad news, bro.
I know.
We have real bad news.
What's going on?
If you're new to this game, we're bunching.
Bad.
Webster,
We are
Fairport,
stacking it up.
Brighton, Pittsford, Penfield. It's all east side.
Yeah.
Once we start to bunch, it means none of those normally end up being the winner.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. The entire west side is still open. Let's talk to Tom. Tom, where are they whining, buddy?
Hi, guys. I'm going to say, well, I was going to say, but I'll say Irondequoit this time.
He didn't say it.
But he said he was good. The thing literally is, I was going to say, okay, Irondequoit.
Yeah.
Why Irondequoit?
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of Uber and Lyft drivers I see driving around all the time. A lot of young kids moving in. On the street I'm on, there's been a lot of older folks that have either passed away or moved. So a lot of younger kids here in Irondequoit, so I'm going to go with that.
Look what you know. It said in the post that the people taking the Ubers were older people. Tommy heard
But that's a very vague term.
No, it's not. They didn't say young.
Right.
No. Tom, we got you for Irondequoit, buddy. Thanks. Look what you
Do
did.
they have private drives in Irondequoit?
Yes, I'm sure they have a private drive
Oh,
somewhere.
yeah, it's old. Yeah. Sure.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's get one more in before we have Kimmy read the post again for the folks just joining us. Barber, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm going to go with, not much left to pick from, but I'm going to go with Henrietta.
Ooh, okay, that's our first outside
Southside pick.
East side pick. Why Henrietta?
2 reasons, because there's not much to choose from. Secondly, because Tommy should be ordering compression socks instead of Italian chiffon socks for his varicose veins.
I do like the out-of-nowhere insult to Tommy that had nothing to do with the pick. That I appreciate.
Very
Okay,
nice.
so you're picking Henrietta just out of function.
Yes.
Okay.
So you're just Ubering up to the Jeff?
Well, they can go into the
To go
city.
to DeBella's?
Well, especially today, Shake Shack opens today. Maybe it's going to be Ubering.
Oh, my God.
Uber to Shake
He's
Shack.
right. Shake Shack does open today.
Ooh, boy, you got to go.
And
You
they
can't
have a
go.
double drive-through lane, Duffy.
Oh, for Pat's mom?
drive-through.
Double drive-through at the Shake Shack on grand opening day.
Just like Chick-fil-A.
Barber, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Barber did not have his heart in that pick.
Yeah.
The entire west side is still wide open
Yeah.
right now, guys. 252 WCMF. All right, sit tight for a second. Kimmy is going to reread the post for everyone that is just joining us. Go ahead, Kimmy. I want you to listen to what you didn't listen to in the first place.
He's still not going to listen.
I'm going to listen.
Our neighbors take too many Ubers, and I believe it's making all of us vulnerable to theft. We all chose to live on a private drive for a reason. If you live on, and then names the place they live, and absolutely need to use a ride share, then you should at least walk to the corner so that these drivers can avoid driving around our cul-de-sac, looking into our homes. I saw an Uber driver in a beat-up Nissan Altima driving by a little bit too slowly the other day. I'm sorry, but it definitely looked like he was casing our neighborhood. Before you laugh, I've heard stories about this happening here locally. You can even look it up. This is very unsafe. Unfortunately, this couple is calling an Uber multiple times a weekend. Strangers are constantly driving around, picking them up and dropping them off. This couple is older and should know better.
Idiot! You idiot!
These aren't kids we're talking about.
Idiot!
These are grown adults asking for rides.
Idiot!
It's just silly. Please report any suspicious activity on this app so that we can all stay vigilant and prevent any issues.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy's in Webster because there's a bunch of young people taking Ubers in Webster was his quote. They didn't say old. They didn't say...
Well, like how you think you're older, right? But to me, you're a kid.
Okay, but
it's all perspective.
But these people are older writing this post, it sounds like, and they referred to these people as older getting in the Uber. Tommy chose Webster. He's obviously wrong. This is a Dunkaroo. I got Fairport. Andy's in Brighton. Cody's in Pittsford. Petey is in Penfield. Tam is in Irondequoit because of all the kids out there. Barber is in Henrietta because it sounds like he ran out of options. Again, we have bunched almost entirely on the west side or the east side. The entire west side is wide open. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Chris. Chris, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm thinking Canandaigua.
Okay.
A lot of private drives, a lot of cul-de-sacs, a lot
Where are
of
they
rich
going?
older people ready to go.
Bro, there's like
Downtown.
2 restaurants in Canada where you're eating at.
No,
Downtown, C-Mac.
Older couple got season tickets to CMAC. Are they volunteer
We
there?
know a couple that has that.
And that couple would absolutely do this.
Yeah, they would. There's dicks.
There you go.
Ooh, that's a good pick. But it is east side, Chris, and we're already bunching on the east
Well,
side.
how is Canada? It's south.
You're kidding me.
Do people see Canandaigua as
deep
east
south.
side?
It's not deep south.
I never saw it as the east side, though.
I always
Canandaigua's
said
east.
it's country south.
Yeah, it's kind of its own thing.
Hey, when you go on the 90 to get to Canandaigua, which direction do you go?
I take 5 and 20.
Chris, thanks for the
I'm a
call.
big 5 and 20 guy. I'm not giving Hochul my money.
That was the douchiest old man thing. Wait, you don't take the 90 to get
Yes,
to
I take a 90 and you're going east. But then, so do you just stay east? No, you got to turn off and go south to Canandaigua.
It's on the east side, you idiot.
It's south, bro. It's not an east
It's
side.
not south.
It's south. It's south of town.
What are you talking? South of what town?
Rochester.
So it's
Yes, it's south.
no, but there's also suburbs on the east side south of Rochester.
It's southeast
Oh my
of
God.
Rochester.
You're an idiot. You're the dumbest person I've ever met.
Get a map, man. You went to school
How
here.
about go directions?
Go east.
Where do you go? Which direction you go on 5 and 20?
East and south. Southeast.
252 WCMF. Let's get a lady in. Let's talk
Oh, a
to
lady picker.
Paula. Paula, where are they whining?
I think they're whining in Victor.
Ooh, why Victor?
Too wide open.
Too
Well,
south.
my thought on this is they're going for medical appointments.
Oh.
And they can't drive, so a lot of people
So
in
wait,
that area,
they're going for evening medical appointments on a Saturday night dressed up?
Doesn't say anything about evening.
About them going out in the evening.
So they're
They
getting
didn't say
all
anything about
dolled up.
evening.
She's putting on her finery and her red bottom
You're making up
shoes
stories.
to go to the gynecologist for a poke smear.
That's disgusting.
That's a dumb pick.
Could be 100 years old.
I mean, look, I don't. She's not wrong. Nothing. You just made up a story in your head that
Yeah,
they were
you
going
did.
out, and now that I picked Fairport, I had that same image in my head. Paula May just blown the lid off this whole
They
thing.
ain't old elderly going for medical. By the way, if you need it, they have services that'll come get you.
Bro, when I went to the hospital 2 weeks ago, I took an Uber.
Oh.
Oh, you're poor.
Yeah.
What's
They
wrong
go
with your
for
car?
kidney treatments, doctor's appointments, and I see a lot of Ubers drop off people at that new place in Marketplace Mall, the orthopedic place.
What do you just hang out at the hospital all day, lady?
No, but I'm in the medical field, so.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, you do your job is looking out the window all day, see who's coming in.
Paula, we got you for Victor.
Man,
Thank you
that's
for
a
the call.
dumbass. Elderly people in Victor going to medical appointments.
It is a good pick.
on
I
a
like
Friday
that.
night.
I don't hate that pick. I mean, the town, maybe not. I don't love the town, but the
There's not that
reasoning
many
is
elderly.
solid.
Does Victor have a lot of old people?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
When's the last time you were in Victor?
Not recently. It's like one of those towns you drive through. I don't like hang in
Why
Victor.
would you drive through Victor?
Like
for
going
what?
someplace. The only time I would go
To
there,
where?
going someplace
Where would
else.
you be going? Why would you be driving?
I got friends out that
Super
way.
south. You got to go all the way south
Yeah.
to get through Victor.
No, I
you
may.
idiot.
I may take Victor to get to Canandaigua. It's right there.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's rip through some calls here. Let's talk to Alex. Alex, where they whining, buddy?
I got them whining in Greece.
Okay, first east or first west side pick. Why Greece, bud?
Wide pick.
Just Greece is pretty big. There's some private roads there, and they got some high-end neighborhoods. I can see it being there.
I mean, he's not wrong. Like, you make fun of Greece all the time. There's plenty of $1 million homes in Greece.
Bro.
What?
Yeah.
But they're on Busted Bay.
Don't laugh like like that. All right, Alex, thanks for the call, buddy. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Stella. Stella, where are they whining?
In Greece.
Wait. Oh, Stella, damn it, Stella! Come on! You just
Stella.
said Greece. You disqualified yourself.
Honey.
Well, that's what I called for. Sorry.
You called to disqualify yourself.
She wanted to throw it out there.
I was trying to get there first.
But she just was right. Okay, Stella, thank you for the call. Have a good rest of the day. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Steve. Steve, where are they whining, buddy?
We're going with Farmington.
I hate you.
You got Farmington, man.
Stupid. Do Ubers even work in Farmington?
Not for long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But where are they going? Where are you going to eat?
There's that Mexican joint on 96, or what is that, 5 and 20? 24.
No, they closed.
Oh, they closed? I like that place.
Yeah, they were really good, too.
That was really good. Damn it, Steve.
Yeah.
Okay, but your pick still sucks.
Yeah.
I know it does, but I got misplaced. What can I say?
Wait, what? You were going to pick another town?
I didn't say that. Stupid.
Ben.
Ooh, because you're stupid.
Ben, thanks for the call. I'm sorry, Steve. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Chris. Chris, where are they whining?
I'm going to say Gates because everything else is taken.
What, you had another in mind?
Nope, just Gates.
Okay, just sorry. Thanks for the call, Chris. Okay, can I just everyone's got things going on. Like I always appreciate everybody that takes time out of their day to call the show. But if you don't think it has a chance, why did you waste your time to call up, wait on hold, fight all the busy signals, and be like, it ain't this, but this is what I'm picking.
Yeah, because nothing's left.
All right, 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Mike. Mike, where are they whining?
So if I say a town that's already been called, I'm disqualified?
Shut up. I don't know,
That's
Mike.
how it works, though, right?
Well, it all depends.
Well, I think I know the correct answer, and it begins with an F, but I'm going to say Chile.
Chile. Why Chile?
Well, they have a lot of private drives. There's a lot of old people out that way. And I used to do Uber, and I used to actually have a lot of rides over there for older people going to medical appointments.
Ooh! No, wait a minute. You said town that started with an S. There is no town that starts with an S that's on the board.
I said F.
Oh,
My
F.
bad.
F.
So
F.
everybody's just grabbing West Side scraps now because the East Side's taken.
Oh, so you were going to choose Farmington, Mike.
I was going to choose F. I was going to choose Fairport.
Oh, man.
It's too easy. It's too easy.
I thought he had it.
Mike, thanks for the call,
I don't
buddy.
like how you tricked me like that.
Mike, I didn't even trick you that hard, Mike.
He walked you right into it.
I thought you figured it out.
Wait. I said Chile, then you tricked me, reworded me into saying Fairport.
And you represented an Uber.
This is the reason people join cults. They walk you right into it.
Mike, enjoy your cult, buddy. Thanks for the call. Have a good rest of the day. He's been disqualified. It makes me so warm. All right.
You tricked me.
How did he not understand what I was trying to do there?
I thought he figured it out.
Yeah, no, apparently not.
So Chile's still on the board.
Chile's still on the board.
All right.
And that leaves us with one final call. 252-WCMF.
Yeah. The king.
Ben, where are they whining, buddy?
How you guys doing? Got to be like the worst group of calls ever. But anyways, I'm going to go with Mendon because just about every single cul-de-sac down in Mendon is a private drive. And they would be Ubering up to like Victor or Pittsford and and probably Fairport too, or Canandaigua.
Could you say more towns without getting disqualified?
But he's not saying they came from those towns. He's saying that's where they would be going.
They're coming, yes, from Mendon, and they're going to those places.
Don't be soft on Ben.
No, but we've all said the same thing. You said the same thing. You said Ubering to the city.
Okay.
Or, you know what I mean?
All right, Ben.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Ben.
It's a crappy pick.
It does suck. It sucks. Ben sucks. Ben, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. All right. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 towns. Nobody picked any in the city of Rochester neighborhoods.
Yeah.
And we only have a handful of West Siders. Tommy is in Webster. He blew it hard. I'm in Fairport. Andy's in Brighton. Cody is in Pittsford. Petey's in Penfield. Tom's at Irondequoit because all the kids out there taking the Ubers. Barber's in Henrietta because that's the only one that he liked that was left. Chris is out in Canandaigua. Not a bad pick. Paula jumped out to Victor. You immediately started making fun of Paula, but she made a good point about medical travel. Alex kicked off the West Side picks with Grease. Don't hate it. Stella then disqualified herself right after by also picking Grease, and she just wanted to do it. Steve is out in Farmington. He wasted all our times. We found out that delicious Mexican restaurant is closed.
Yeah.
Chris is out in Gates on account of the cul-de-sacs. Mike called up. He was being really suspicious because he knows how this works, man. He want to get disqualified. He gave us Chai, and then like an idiot disqualified himself. So Chai's still on the board. Ben is in Mendon. Are we ready?
Oh, boy.
All right, I'm going to stand up right now.
Every time you do this.
I'm just going to put my hands in the air in anticipation of victory because this was a dunk.
I forgot your pick.
Fairport. Are you ready?
Okay.
I'm saving time.
All right, here we go.
Pittsburgh! Victor!
Uh-oh.
Where?
Come on.
He's making that face.
Come on. Yes. Yes. Oh, no.
We bunched, but there's a reason we bunched.
Come on.
Because the answer was that obvious.
Come on.
Because they whining.
Say it.
In Pittsburgh.
Ooh. So who had that? Did anybody have it?
Cody.
Oh, yeah,
and then
Cody
we made
is
fun
dick.
of Cody.
Yeah,
We told him he was a dick.
You
and
did.
his pick
You
sucked.
did. You crushed Cody's pick.
Yeah. Wow. Where's your star there, genius?
Where's your star, Mr. Young People?
Oh, I got two.
You ain't got nothing, bro. Shut up.
I can
live
rent
in
you
the past.
one.
All you do is live in the past.
First
all
timer.
Your career, your shoes, it's all the past. Any hope you ever had to be a successful human being, you suck so hard. And you're ugly. And your mother's a whore. Congratulations, Cody, on winning Where They Whited this week. You get your star on the board. Do we have a Cody on the board
No
yet?
Codys.
Okay.
So first Cody on the board.
Cody's a dog's name.
Yes.
You name your golden retriever Cody.
Yes, we had a Cody.
There you go. Oh, you're right. Your dog's name was
Yeah, it was a Cody.
All right, let's take a break. Either young people are into things that taste like this now, or this fast food restaurant is taking a major shot at the elderly community.
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. So there's one of two explanations here.
What happened?
Either young people are really into old people flavors.
Oh.
Or this major fast food restaurant is squarely targeting the sweet tooth of the 60 and older crowd.
So what's an old people flavor?
Oh, you're going to know right when you hear it.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. McDonald's is revamping its ice cream menu.
Okay.
You know, the joke for years is that the ice cream machine never works, and McDonald's doesn't want us to think that way anymore.
Okay.
So they've added a couple of new McFlurry flavors, and the most recent one this week, Kimmy, if you worked in an ice cream shop, you know this is an old person standard.
Yeah.
Banana split McFlurry.
Didn't know they made that.
So they don't. In fact, it's not just a banana split. It's a banana split Kit Kat McFlurry. So it's a banana split with pieces of Kit Kat in the McFlurry.
Wow.
Okay.
Is that not an old person flavor, Kimmy?
The banana
split and the Kit Kat.
Yeah.
Right?
Not a lot of kids into banana splits.
No. Like, Kimmy and I both have ice cream experience.
Right.
We worked at Luigia's at separate times.
Yeah.
And you can tell what someone is going to order based on their age and ethnicity when they walk up to
Plus,
the
a
ice cream
banana
shop.
split is like a real commitment to like eating ice cream.
It is.
Because it's
It is.
mammoth, right?
Yeah,
Have I got the right one?
It's
yeah,
made
it's got
to
the
share.
bananas on it.
Well, no, but it's
Well, yeah,
big.
but
it's
and
like
it's
a
got,
bar.
like-
It's got the bananas and then splitting the bananas.
You know, I got a banana for you right now.
Do you?
Yeah, I got it in the men's room.
Although,
He's so mad he jumped all the punchlines. Oh, we're sodomize you in the bedroom right now.
although I will say every once in a while, you would get a kid that wanted a banana split, and they would order the most disgusting flavors to go along with
Pets,
it.
Mom.
You see, now you're just trying to hurt people.
Bubblegum ice cream with peanut butter topping.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. Now, by the way, this new Kit Kat Banana Split McFlurry is being joined on the menu by a McFlurry that McDonald's debuted in May.
What's that?
It's called, literally, Grandma McFlurry.
Oh.
What the hell is that?
It's a McFlurry that is supposed to taste like grandparents.
What?
Or like what grandparents liked.
Okay.
So
yeah, you may want to rephrase that.
No, but it's called Grandma.
Tastes like a grandma.
It's called Grandma McFlurry. Now,
It's got gnarly pubes in it. What the hell does that even mean?
They never announced what the actual flavor of it is, but
that's weird.
People who have tried it say it's caramel and butterscotch, and it tastes like a Werther's original.
butterscotch.
All right, butterscotch is old people.
But are there that many older people ordering McFlurries? Because I always kind of thought it was a kid thing.
Yeah.
So did I, but maybe McDonald's is saying, like, okay, maybe you can't really eat, you need soft food, so McFlurry is great for you. Look, there's two explanations. Either McDonald's is taking these old people flavors and they're trying to attract a newer group of customers, right, or bring them back, or does like Gen Z and Gen Alpha like the taste of old people stuff?
Well, you like all that retro stuff, so you might start researching stuff.
No, this sucks. And by the way, when I say young people, this isn't aimed at Kimmy and I. We're not young people at McDonald's anymore. We're talking like teenagers into the mid-20s. Do those people like old people flavors?
Well, it's new to them, right?
It's gross, though.
But it wasn't. I mean, it was consumed at one point by gross people.
No, but that's what I mean. Like, why would we be going backwards with flavor?
Bro, you're going backwards all the other crap you talk about.
Name another food that went backwards.
No,
that
I'm
we
just
started
saying in
eating again.
general, just retro
No,
stuff.
but that's what I'm saying. Like, normally it doesn't. Food doesn't go that way. Normally it's always moving forward with food, never going backwards.
But I always kind of thought kids always liked kid flavors. You just kind of grew out of them.
It's just sugary crap.
Right, yeah, like anything like colorful or, sweet.
Look at those
candies,
cereals, man.
Look at those cereals, man.
Bro, some of them old school cereals
You are
were
the
just
Werther's
disgusting.
original of speaking. Do you know that?
Bro, them cereals was nasty.
What are you talking about?
Them Sugar O's, whatever the hell
You
they
mean
were.
Cheerios?
Well, no, all the Sugar O. But they were all terrible, man. They would literally pour sugar in your bowl, and then they go, "Hey, you know what this
poured
needs?
sugar in your bowl.
Marshmallows."
Yeah, they're delicious. They're great. My daughter had a sleepover last night. She got Fruity Pebbles. I was pissed. I don't get them.
Those have got to be the worst.
Are you just going off on cereal right
Well,
now?
they're just sugar in general.
252 WCMF 252-9263.
That's what they should name the old person McFlurry. Sugar in general.
Hey, the other guy where I thought you were going was, and I don't know if these are popular, the old school root beer float.
Oh. So
Because like root beer is like an old school drink to begin with.
But root beer did kind of come back around. It does come back around every generation.
But that's like old people drink.
No, I get it. But like Bargs was really popular when we were kids. Remember that, Kimmy?
No.
Like
that was a big Southern soda.
You don't remember Bargs root beer?
No.
It came in a gray bottle.
Yeah.
It blew back up again, and then my kids do enjoy root beer.
But I never got root beer.
I hate it. I'm with
Just
you.
on its own, they'll drink
It's like
it?
medicine.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, my kids will drink root. Yeah, they like Dr. Pepper too.
Interesting.
Remember the other day I told her, it was a couple weeks ago, when Dr. Pepper overtook the second most popular soda. I had said I had never seen anyone drink Dr. Pepper in the wild.
Now you noticed it more?
As soon as I said that, both of my girls out of nowhere started drinking Dr. Pepper.
Wow.
It's the weirdest thing.
And they advertise like crazy.
Yeah. Because, my girls are really into college football.
Well, where else are they seeing it?
I don't know. They just decided. I don't think kids today are getting their advertisements off of television.
I don't think so either.
Oh. Where else would you see advertising?
We got Facebook messages coming in. This comes in from Brian. Brian says, I'm a teacher. Kids would come in with those Grandma McFlurries that they were getting for breakfast. Young kids do like old people flavors now. Okay. All right.
All right. So oatmeal and Postum are right around the corner.
Kimmy doesn't know what Postum is.
I don't.
I'm surprised you even know.
I just got back from D.C. and I walked through the Agriculture of America.
Oh, so you went to the Postum Museum?
In the Smithsonian, thank you.
It is a beverage that can't make up its mind.
Oh, it's a beverage?
Kind of. It's kind of a beverage. It's kind of a meal.
Okay.
It's gross, and it's like stuff that they had. You would get like during the Depression.
So you know how grits is like a runnier version of oatmeal, kind of?
Yeah.
It's like a slightly runnier version of grits.
Yeah, but it can also be like a beverage because you could drink it.
Yeah.
It's nasty.
It's gross. Have you ever had it?
Yeah, as a kid, because my mother was a Depression poor-ass woman.
Okay.
We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next here in the break room on CMF. That's going to be a wrap-a-roo.
Adios. Tuesday Rapper.
For a 2-day break room CMF that makes tomorrow Wednesday. You know what that means?
Oh, I think we'll get a little hate going on there, buddy.
That's right. Hate Mail of the Week coming at you at 8 o'clock. And this is going to be a little bit different than the traditional Hate Mail of the Week we do.
What's going on?
Well, this letter isn't exactly hate.
Oh.
In fact, it's not hate at all, although I do hate the person that did this.
All right.
So 2 weeks ago, I had to leave the show early. It was actually on a Tuesday to go to the ER.
Oh, yeah, a little emergency.
Yeah, well, I actually didn't. But I shared on the show the next day about this health stuff I've been dealing with for like the last 12 years.
Yeah.
And everything's okay. I'm good. But it seems that somebody heard that and saw it as an opportunity.
Oh.
Because they sent a cover letter and resume.
Oh, wait.
For my job.
Yeah. Like they were looking for your job. Okay.
They want my job.
All right.
They sent a letter to WCMF, cover letter and resume, and because it was addressed to WCMF, we got it.
That doesn't make sense because Weeze is still on the air when it happened.
And Kimmy and I thought initially this was a joke.
You would almost have to think, man.
They also emailed their cover letter and resume to our program director.
Really?
Who on
out of town?
On our
Yeah.
Friday before he doesn't know he's out of town, right?
Yeah, true.
On Friday before we went on vacation, he shot us an email because he thought it was hilarious
Big boss,
too.
right.
Yes, like hey, okay, so tomorrow we will get into it because I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about this.
Oh.
What?
Flattered that we have listeners.
They love us so much that if they thought I was dying,
Just in case.
and they wanted my job, my body's not even cold.
Yeah.
Is this a go-getter move or is this a dick move?
Oh, it's a dick move. Like it's a vulture move.
Okay.
What'd you think? Like they're circling around waiting for
But
something.
you guys should know all about that.
What are you talking about? What?
We'll get to that and a whole bunch
This
more.
business is full of vultures.
You're in this business
I
too.
am one of them.
Yeah, but she didn't come in as a vulture.
Well,
Ah!
you hang around
actually,
long
yes.
She did.
Yes, you did.
Yes, she did. Gah! Is that what vultures say?
I don't know.
Yeah, probably.
So we'll get to that and a whole bunch more tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who admitted she is a vulture into a live microphone.
Radio vulture.
For Tommy, who is the only reason that Kimmy's around because his dead
Just
body.
wait for him.
My name's Pat Tommy. Tommy's not laughing at that one.
What?
My name's Pat Tommy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.